What up, boys? What's going on? Hello, everyone. How are you? It's Monday night. Do you know where your children are? Hopefully, Paul doesn't have them. Hopefully, they're just in the yard playing bikes or something. But you never know. Paul might have them, so I would double check. Make sure you have them in sight, okay? What up? How's everyone doing? Hope you're grand. H, you're driving a box truck? Oh, shit. I love driving box trucks. What up, what up, what up? Alright, should I go feed the cats or no? I think, honestly, I like Squeaks better when he's hungry, so maybe I won't. Did you guys see DoorDash Granny? Yo, they got fucking 70-year-olds delivering DoorDash to the president. Oh, God. What the fuck is going on? Dude, you're chilling on the grass with your dog? I love that. It's so nice today. It's gorgeous out. Right now it says it's 80, but it's like that nice, cool high 70s. Ooh, yeah. I'm digging it. Black Death, you're officially an Uber driver? Let's fucking go, dude. Are you smoking? ABS. Always be smoking. But, alright, here we go. I'm gonna go feed the cats. I'm gonna go feed the Squeaks before he murders his sisters.
Our cities that we occupy,
alright.
The ruins
give me 1 sec.
People that they are hastily destroying in real time. Everywhere
I gotta feed the Birtles too.
Of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical, and even that seems silly to me. Why historical? I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off. Just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow pops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in the book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really? We just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in the book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust. Seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took. We just want our memory.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really? We just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. My war paint is lead-based till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all straight to the jail. Snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks.
Great fire of every city. Still is not caught. Truth was a law in the book. Justice not on top. We lost the plot when they tried the proof. It's all when they proof who's calling the shots. We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth? Fuck the FBI, wizards of propaganda, and that's word to all the charred corpses at Waco, Texas. Before I was even questioned, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood, might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked, they don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something deviled, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed. Till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Bridge. I'm losing it, and the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the gloomy pen. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh, who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh?
Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day, before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky-ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust. You can call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Timmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is
Call
Paul,
me any
bitch?
name except Timmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is Paul, bitch?
Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVeigh.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Stop saying that.
If I told you Timothy was Paul,
And you know what? That guy could look just like the OKC bomber. What's his name? Timothy McVeigh?
Timothy McVeigh.
It's not true.
All the asses connected.
Paul
That's
is
his
not
name.
Timothy. Stop saying that.
Don't ever forget it. We love Paul. What up, dudes? How's everyone doing? Oh, God, jump scare. Woof. Sorry about that. Yo, yo, yo. How's it going? This song unironically fucks so hard. Thanks, Barry. From the boys, we appreciate it. You're gonna record some new War Boner this weekend or this week? Let's go, dude. Bullingdon Club destroys old and revered spaces and buildings. Cat Daddington Club gently rubbing against the old building, inquisitively contemplating their esoteric nature. Sounds about right. Ooh, Mac's gonna record too? Boys, it's game on. Black Death's comments are getting censored. What, from YouTube? Yeah, that's between YouTube and Black Death. Thanks, Teehee. Feel like Biden can sniff me from the internet with this picture. He is, dude. What is this? Archaics? Here, this is a short video. Let's watch it.
Waking up to the same.
Oh, wait, it's a song. Maybe we should save this for 9/11. Yeah, let's save it for 9/11. Okay, let's start with DoorDash Granny. Why not, right? Okay, this shit was fucking awesome. This was such a win for Trump, dude.
Delivered McDonald's, and I hope
he ordered 2 bags of McDonald's for himself, I'm sure. Yeah, YouTube is absolutely the feds. I have no control over what it censors. It just does what it want to do. Squeaks, calm down. Oh God, Squeaks is doing zoomies through the house. He's lost his mind.
hope she is tipped very well. I'm sure she is. An incredible.
Dude, honestly, I bet Trump tipped her 10% on whatever this order is, which, you know, it's McDonald's, and he probably got 45 cheeseburgers for himself. So that's about $3,000. 10% of that's $300. So I guess it's a decent tip, but it's definitely not above 10%. Twitch supports the Zios. Dude, don't worry. YouTube does too. Twitch, YouTube, literally everywhere you turn. OnlyFans. I mean, you can't even comment on Pornhub anymore without it being run through Zionist shit. It's everything. I think the only website that isn't owned by a Zionist is Craigslist.
Of course, testament to the president, as always, caring for his staffers in the best way that they always love, which is a McDonald's.
She's not going to forget that delivery.
No.
Okay,
Well, neither are we.
Bro, Fox News is cooked.
She has no idea national news.
Because Emily, we do know that
they're slurping him on ordering McDonald's from an old lady. Dude, this is not a good look. No matter what. The fact that they flew this lady in, did you hear that? She wasn't even, this wasn't even like happenstance. They flew her in. What the fuck?
media are not far away. Can we hear any of what they're saying? Let's watch and listen.
At what point, dude, what person was like, yeah, no, dude, let's have a 90-year-old woman deliver food. The reason she's doing DoorDash is because her husband has insane cancer bills. We should have her deliver to Trump and talk about the no tax on tip thing. What?
Great big beautiful bill. We should call it the great big.
Yeah, it's a bass backwards world, bro, for sure.
Beautiful tax cut bill, because it's a tremendous amount of money, and that's overtime. That's also on Social Security, as you know.
Yes.
And it's pretty amazing.
Yes, it is.
Well, you're really nice. Would you like to do a little news conference with me with these people? These are not the nicest people. They're not nice like you. You know that, right?
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, sir.
So the no tax on tips is something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's the one that really pertains to you more than anything else.
Yes, sir. Yes.
It's fantastic. And so it was such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah.
She said, maybe. This lady ain't giving nothing up, bro. She said, maybe.
I heard you're a great supporter. We appreciate it.
I heard you're a great supporter. She says,
Thank you.
I'll put this over.
Delivered McDonald's, and I hope she is tipped very well. I'm sure she is.
I doubt it. Okay, hold on. It gets way better. Watch this. Trump goes, do you think... You really got to put the tiny hands together and push them out, and it really helps. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
They want to have, open borders. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't, I'll bet
No,
you do.
No, I'm here about no
Pizza.
tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay.
He gave her the fucking pat. He said, okay, get this broad out of here.
They want to have...
Bro, that was the coldest shit I've ever seen anyone ever do to Trump. Dude, she she's the best politician we have. This is the only person who's ever said no to Trump.
I mean, open
and she barely did.
borders. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet
No,
you do.
No, I'm here about no
Pizza.
tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay.
I love this. Dude, this is like that time that they vetted going to Four Seasons Total Landscaping. Remember when they did the Rudy Giuliani is melting speech at Four Seasons Total Landscaping instead of Four Seasons the hotel? Bro, when we can look back at all of this the last 10 years with like a clear head, I mean, the documentary is going to be incredible. Yeah, I really don't have an opinion on that. Out comes Trump's hammer, or even better yet, one of those giant giant canes that pulls you off stage. Yeah, she's trying to catch another order. This is like getting stuck. Yeah, she's the pizza delivery guy. She's stuck talking to a bunch of stoners, and she's like, "Come on, dude. I literally am not getting paid by the hour. I have to do 3 more orders in order to make minimum wage. Please let me go. Please, sir."
They want to have...
Incredible. Oh, dude, they showed the twink's face. This is the twink that threw a Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman's house.
FBI agents literally just swore.
Dude, what did this little 19-year-old have with... What beef did he have with Sam Altman? I wonder if Sam Altman touched him.
From the home of that 20-year-old suspect accused of trying to kill the CEO of OpenAI by throwing a Molotov cocktail at his house. Now we have the Harris County Sheriff's Office here, and again the FBI. I want to say over a dozen federal agents and law enforcement officers. You could see his garage is open here. Now sources tell me the suspect was driven by strong anti-AI views, and he was arrested in San
DoorDash is about to suspend her account for taking too long. Trump couldn't be more cringe, to be TBH. Like, he must have awkward interactions all day long with people. Well, dude, I think that this is like that. This is like what happens. This is like that effect where when like rich, powerful people like this, whenever they're in a room, no matter what they say, everyone like laughs at their... It doesn't matter if the joke's funny or what. Like, they all just like amp them up the whole time and laugh at their stupid jokes, and like, even if it's not funny. This is what happens when he's confronted with normal people, I think. But yeah, I bet he has awkward interactions all day with like random people. But he's also probably very like penned in, you know? He probably doesn't actually have that many interactions with people that aren't his henchmen that laugh at everything. Dude, he took an epic swing with that. That was so funny. What do you think about men playing in women's sports? She says, oh, I don't really have an opinion on that.
Francisco.
Coward. Coward grandma, DoorDash grandma, you fucking coward.
A document that he wrote attacking AI. That document is a 3-part series and includes a list of names and addresses of other AI CEOs.
Wait, this kid did a Ted Kaczynski style thing? He made a shot book? He made a kill list like what is that movie? Is it Con Air? With Steve Buscemi when he has the list, or is it a different movie? Or he's just the pedophile in Con Air?
And investors.
Or no, the list is in Happy Gilmore or Billy Madison.
Now, investigators have identified him as 20-year-old Daniel Moreno Gamo, who...
Hero.
We have a picture, a surveillance image here sent to me by one of my sources. He's accused of traveling from his home here in Texas, again, where we're standing outside of now, to San Francisco to carry out this attack. Police say early Friday
Bro, come on. This little kid?
morning, he threw a Molotov cocktail at OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's house in San Francisco.
Yeah, it was Billy Madison, right? I'm mixing Billy Madison and Con Air up in my head.
He set the front gate on fire. Luckily, no one was hurt. Now, police say then he fled to the company's headquarters, threw a chair at the glass doors, and told security he planned to burn the building down. His FBI agents literally...
Where did he get? He had all this time to do all this shit and no one caught him?
Just swarmed the home of that 20-year-old suspect accused of trying to...
Yo, this kid can't even drink? What a badass.
Killed the CEO of OpenAI by throwing a Molotov cocktail at his house. Now,
dumb bitch missed, though.
We have the Harris County Sheriff's...
Like, you went all this way. Why wouldn't you just wait for him? You're just gonna throw a Molotov cocktail at his gate?
Office here, and again the FBI. I want to say over a dozen federal agents and law enforcement officers. You could see his garage is open here. Now, sources tell me the suspect was driven by strong anti-AI views, and he was arrested in San Francisco carrying a document that he wrote attacking AI. That document is a three-part series and includes a list of names.
A three-part series? They're never gonna release it, though. Come on, dude. We got Ted Kaczynski's shit. Why can't we get his manifesto?
And addresses of other AI CEOs and investors. Now, investigators have identified him as 20-year-old Daniel Moreno Gamo, who...
Yeah, his initials are DMG. He was born to do some damage, bro.
We have...
Hero. Oh my god, this is so good. Did you guys see Trump thinks himself Jeebus? And then this is the first time I've seen Trump backpedal on anything. He never backpedals, bro. He's like, oh, no, I'm not. It's not Jesus. And he deleted it. He didn't even delete the claw hammer video. But he deleted this post.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor.
Come on, bro. Come on, brother, man. Yeah, this does feel like a false flag to create AI laws. And also to make Sam Altman a little victim. Isn't it so interesting that it's coming out at the exact same time that multiple articles have come out that are like, Sam Altman's a straight up sociopath? Isn't it so odd? Sam Altman, the guy who murdered one of his engineers to keep him from talking about how they stole everyone's fucking copyrighted material, as if we didn't know that. He goes, it's me as a doctor. You dropped a pic? Oh, here we go. Yes, absolutely, bro. Bro, this is like YouTube banner material. This is incredible. Everybody's in this shit. We got the Easter Bunny. We got the fucking Easter Bunny. Bill, Hillary, Melania, BB's son, Epstein, Epstein's son, the Pope, and the Pope's son, Jeebus. I don't know who this is. Trump finds Nancy Guthrie. Bro, is this this might be the most incredible. Is this AI? Or did you Photoshop this? This is too good for AI. It even spelled channel right. And Fox News. Trump finds Nancy Guthrie. And they're feeding Nancy Guthrie cheeseburgers. This is incredible. Much wow. That's That shit's funny.
And had to do with Red Cross as a Red
Good job, Steve. Appreciate
Cross
that.
worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better.
This is the first time hearing of this.
And I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is all in front of this poor lady.
There's some very serious cancer treatment. So.
That's why I'm door dashing. Yep, because we ran out of money because my husband has cancer. I mean, dude, we live in the worst place ever. We live in a fourth world country. This place is hell. This is crazy. Dr. Jesus.
Yes, sir.
This goes a long way.
Yes, sir, it sure does.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Yeah, Trump. That is true. Trump be looking svelte in this. That's the one thing that the AI fucked up. Trump be looking too trim. Only inaccuracy. Other than that, everything else 100% accurate. Trump will find Nancy. Trump will save Nancy for us, boys. Dude, this is exactly... Now, I'm sure this isn't from the fucking actual one. This is exactly how that capsule came out. This is probably how they dropped Katy Perry off. No, I'm just kidding. She never fell out of a plane. That shit was parked in the sand. Oh. Watch this shit.
Green light, green light.
I mean, dude, the fact that there is footage of this means that they've tested this. You know, they're going to be like, oh, it was to test the parachutes. Okay, well, this is exactly what they just did. This is literally it.
6, 5.
Oh, fuck. There was a longer one that actually showed the chutes deploying. Fuck. Did I watch it on Instagram or on here? Oh, no, that's the one we just watched. Shoot, I think it was on Instagram. Wait, what's this? Jeffrey Epstein. They got the little green guy. Incredible. It wears you out. It wears you out. Oh, look at this dog doing a awoo. What a good awoo. In front of the full moon. What a little guy. Yeah, shit, it must have been on Instagram. Oh, dude, you know the guy, you know that quote that is like, it's like, laws are just threats by the socioeconomic ruling class or whatever. Well, this is his latest, newest quote that I love.
Explosive, decisive violence with... Oh my God. Sometimes explosive, decisive violence without leaving any opening for trickery or malfeasance absolutely clears the way to a better world. I finally get what this camp is about.
Oh, no. Captain, I would encourage you to reconsider that.
No, that's the right lesson. Sorry. Oh my God. Sometimes explosive, decisive violence without leaving any opening for trickery or malfeasance absolutely clears the way to a better world. I finally get what this camp is about.
Oh, no. Captain, I would consider.
Here's the thing. I don't know what you kids are up to, but I do know one thing. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just a promise of violence that's enacted, and police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? You guys want to make some bacon? He pulls a mask over his face, pulls a lit Molotov cocktail out of his mailbag, and whew,
That was on fire the whole time?
all done, kiddo!
You're so great!
Here's the thing. I don't know what you kids are up to, but I do know one thing. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just a promise of violence that's enacted, and police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? You guys want to make some bacon? He pulls a mask over his face.
It's so good.
Pulls a lit Molotov cocktail out of his mailbag, and whew,
That was on fire.
All right, dude, new Lego video dropped. Let's watch it. Dude, I'm telling you, Adrian, you said I'm putting my bet that the next Mandela effect is going to be them pretending that the moon has always had a weird or been a weird smiley face angle instead of a standard C angle crescent. I'm telling you, they've already started doing that, bro. It has been a Cheshire smile moon for over a year now, and every time I talk about it in comments, everyone goes, "No, it's always like this." Bitch, never. I'm convinced, bro. What if CERN was like a giant magnet that was turning the tilt of the Earth? Right? What if? What if? Yeah, proper. All tax is violence. Car insurance is violence. It's all violence. Overdraft fees, violence. Epic style.
Tightening. The key is turning. The gavel is coming down. Your fate.
What? CERN is pulling us closer to Nibiru? I could see that too, dude. Yeah, you rewatched Severance recently? Severance is awesome. I know I was referencing it a lot yesterday, but the USA is just one big lumen. The moon has always been that way. Now get back to work. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like, and, bro. First it started with, oh, this happens 1 to 3 times a year. Now it's, oh no, it's always like this. No, it's not.
It's short. Baby on trial. The straight is the lock. Iran is the key. Hear the tick tock. Baby in chains. The world is the court.
No,
Iran.
dude, I'm not settling for BB in chains. I want BB decapitated. Sorry. We're beyond that. We're beyond love, light, and peace and all that shit.
And is the gavel, your fate is short. 360 million facing starvation because of one man's reckless escalation. Fertilizer prices up, the fields are dry, and America's missiles, watch them fly. Baby on trial, the straight is the lock. Iran is the key. Hear the tick tock. Baby in chains.
Dude, this
world
rules.
Is the court. Iran is the gavel. Your fate is short. Washington Post wrote the truth today. 25% of missiles gone away. Pacific stockpiles empty and cold.
China's watching.
Wait, are you saying you're saying that it's a little of the CIA trying to test how much they can get away with? You mean with the lies, with the MK Ultra of it? With saying that the Cheshire Smile Moon's always been there? Or do you mean with them like using DARPA or something to fucking change the position of the Earth? Because, dude, I could totally see them like putting Antarctica on the equator to make Antarctica melt, you know, and then putting like, yeah, Iran where Antarctica was so that it freezes. They're gonna put Iran at the bottom of the world.
Story unfolds.
You needed those rockets for Taiwan shore.
I know. This would all depend on a globe-tart Earth. I'm just making goofs, guys. Calm down. Don't get your panties in a twist.
Now they're in Iran and you want more? Atlantic magazine said it clear as glass. Iran decides the future now.
First class.
Baby on trial. The straight is the lock. Iran is the key. Hear the tick-tock. Baby in chains. The world is the court. Iran is the gavel. Your fate is short. $50 billion spent on the sand. Who's holding the car? Iran's right hand. And pick JD Vance to take the fall. But Iran holds the pan. That says it all. The strait is closed for you.
Did you just say Iran holds the pants?
You and your friend. This is the moment.
This is the end.
You thought you could bomb. You thought you could hide. But the world is watching from every side. The chains are tightening.
The key is turning.
Oh shit, we're out of Lego mode.
The gavel is falling.
The world is learning.
Baby on trial. The straight is the lock. Iran is the key.
Bro, this goes
Hear
hard.
The tick-tock. Baby in chains. The world is the court. Iran is the gavel. Your fate.
Dude, I want his. You know how there's that guy BB No Money. I want Netanyahu's new name to be BB No Head.
Is short. Baby on trial. The straight is the lock. Iran is the key. Hear the tick-tock. Baby in chains. The world is the court. Iran is the gavel. Your fate is short. So baby,
The straight is still closed.
the key is still here.
The gavel is coming down.
Your fate is short. Baby on trial. Baby on trial. Baby on trial.
Dark Side of the Moon is a hostile lizard base. Agreed.
Baby on trial. The straight is the lock. Iran is the key. Baby in chains. The world is the court. Iran is the gavel. Your fate.
Goes hard. Stupid hard. All right, here, let's watch ICE agents get hit with dildos.
Those thrown at them. This time, there's way fucking more. Oi, mate, you got some cocks over there. Oi, mate, you got some cocks over there. Pick those cocks up, mate. Hey, there's cocks everywhere, cunt. You gotta fucking get those. Another exciting weekend at the facility that is starting to look like how the rest of the world feels. Absolutely fucking falling apart. So many plastic corks were thrown at the facility gates that they had to send out the tactical janitors to literally sweep up the sea of corks that washed ashore of the ICE facility.
Bro, that's way too much money on dildos. That's a lot of fucking dildos, dog.
You gotta do one.
Dude, that's like thousands of dollars worth of dildos. They got so many dildos back there, they gotta sweep them up. Bro, they're so fat, too. There's no way that sweeping up those dildos instead of just bending over and picking up the 100 dildos would be... Like, this is not faster. They're dumb. Straight up.
It was also Richard's
Give us back our dick
birthday this weekend. Our resident pyromaniac, who you've probably seen burning a flag on 1,000 different live streams over the last calendar year. Our special boy got a special little birthday candle this year in the shape of our pedophile in chief, Donnie the fucking douchebag. Look at the absolute bliss on this man's face. Oh, it's just beautiful to watch. The Gestapo still hasn't used gas since those two piece of shit judges gave him the green light a couple of weeks ago, which means that I've won around $45 from that bet that I made that they weren't going to use gas 2 weeks ago. Look at me, finally making some money off this shit. But that hasn't stopped these cunts from arresting peaceful protesters violently in the streets, despite that pesky little First Amendment right we still have. Stay safe out there, mates. See you cunts next time. Well, we're back with more ICE agents getting dildos thrown at them. This time, there's way fucking more.
Just throwing them right at their face is so good. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let's watch the Koch brother. Christina Koch brother fucking fumble whatever the fuck's going on here. I can't tell if she brain farts. I feel like she has an earpiece in. And they're like, shut up, shut up, shut up.
Impressions we had. And honestly, what struck me wasn't necessarily just Earth.
Like, dude, these people seem very nervous to me. The other guy that I saw talk to, he's like, they are sweating. And remember, everything that they're talking about, they came back and they're like, yeah, the loyalty of this crew, we're so loyal to each other. What do you mean, like secret keeping? What kind of loyalty? The number one thing you got out of this was y'all are loyal to each other? What do you need to be loyal to each other sitting in a little cabin for 10 days? Looking at science, doing little science experiments. Loyalty. No, this jump scare is it's a video. It's this like music video that I'm gonna save for 9/11. But I want to put it back to Biden. Wait, hold on.
Waking up to the same old broadcast.
There we go. So anytime I click off on a tab, it goes to my last open tab, which is this. All right. Bro, and this Koch brothers chin, this is a fucking Habsburg if I've ever seen one.
Around it. Earth was just this lifeboat hanging undisturbingly in the universe.
See, this doesn't seem like she lost track of what she was saying or like forgets her lines. It seems like someone stopped her.
Uh-oh.
And she goes, uh-oh. I don't know, just another thought.
So I may have not learned, I know when we saw Tiny Earth, people...
Yeah, Tiny Earth in your little LCD screen that you have. Yeah, you think she's listening to I think she might be listening to someone. Yeah, these cock riders.
People asked our...
Cock Hansen. Let's check in on Becca. Oh, this is just from when Amanda Ungaro.
Hello, friends. I just wanted to hop in here really quickly. I have been literally so busy, but I wanted to share this with you guys. Amanda's El País interview has come out, and I wanted to share it with you on here so you don't have to deal with like a paywall or the subscription. You can just read it.
LOL.
I'm about to get out of the way, and you guys can just pause
Christina Koch brother had more lines in Mad Max.
to read the whole article. I am incredibly proud of Amanda and her bravery, and I know that there's like things that were like taken out of this 3-hour interview that Amanda wanted to talk about, but thankfully she will have many opportunities to, because multiple mainstream media outlets have reached out wanting to interview her, including People Magazine, The Daily Beast, Courier News, and many others. And she's going to be sitting down and talking with a few of them just to answer questions that people might have and just shed light on the entirety of the situation. So keep your eyes peeled early in this next week, because Amanda's going mainstream.
Whoa, wait. Oh, you started talking to people at your new job about NASA and they weren't cucks? Nice. Dude, I also know this whole thing is bullshit because of how many NASA dick riders there are on my FYP, all from people I've never seen before. Like, who are these people that all of a sudden essentially work for NASA? They're out here fucking talking of the glory days of NASA and how amazing it is for humanity. All these randoms. Like, dude, it's not cool to believe in your government anymore. I'm sorry. You're lame. You're fucking lame. Anyone who likes NASA is lame.
And
which is a worse death than anything. Being lame, ugh.
I could not be more excited to see her have this kind of opportunity to sit down and open up about what happened to her, and then to be met with such a wave of support and then more opportunities to talk to the media in a mainstream fashion, which we have been trying to make happen for nearly a year now. So I'm gonna get out of the way. You guys can pause to read this full article and just keep your eyes on the media in these next coming days.
Hell yeah. That's probably what spun Melania into a fucking spiral. Okay, wait, let's talk about AI Trump Jesus one more time. Him deleting this tweet is crazy to me. He pissed off his base, man. He pissed off his Jesus base.
Outside the White House to CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang. Weijia, we are following what may just as well be breaking news here, because the president just deleted a Truth Social post with an AI photo of him as Jesus Christ. What more can you tell us about this backlash the president faced from that post?
Well, after the president posted this, there was a flood of criticism from his very loyal supporters, from conservative influencers, that made clear that this was just going too far, and they were calling on him to take it down, which happened, but we have not heard from the White House yet. We specifically asked...
They got demons up here in the sky. I was at a work dinner last week, and everyone at the table like absolutely fully believed NASA is a real operation, and we're so impressed. All boomers though. Yeah. I mean, dude, at this point, you can't give up that lie. That means your whole life was meaningless if you admit now that all of it was horse shit.
If this was deleted, and asked for more details about the context of what the president meant when he posted it, because there was no words, no caption to go along with it. We want to know who originally posted it and why it was taken down. Now, you may remember that the last time President Trump posted something that really started a huge controversy was a video depicting the Obamas in a very negative way. And the president ultimately said that he wasn't the one who posted it. He said that it was a...
Wait, the original image didn't have the demon thing in the background, and he re-uploaded it with this new thing? Oh my God.
A staffer who did it. I remember asking the president if that staffer was fired, and he said no. But
what up, Mr. Bun Bun? Welcome back, bro. Yeah, I don't think that they regret. Wait, who just asked that? Oh, Barry. I can't tell if they regret giving us the internet or not. Bunny said they don't regret giving us the internet. They hate worship. Wait, the hate worship levels have skyrocketed in the last 5 years. Yeah, and I think too that up until they no longer have control of the narrative, I think that they're always going to be like, we've got control of it. It's fine. It's growing pains until we have the sentient AI controlling all of them. It's fine.
We don't know the situation in this case. What we do know is that picture is no longer on his Truth Social.
Yeah, it was extremely easy to brainwash before the internet, but now they depend on a different kind of brainwashing, or just like the internet's advantageous to them now in a different way, because I feel like before they were trying to get uniformity out of everyone. Now they're trying to like break all of our brains so that we think fascism is cool, essentially, right? Like, so that's why they let the conspiracy theorists who've got it kind of fucked up, run, take the lead, and it's like creating, it's like fractalizing the collective. But I do think that eventually the internet will help us win. Till we can destroy it all and go back to the woods.
Account.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about Iran. How is President Trump responding to not getting a deal done over the weekend? Does he believe this move to block the Strait of Hormuz will actually force them back to the table?
Well, certainly that is the hope.
I'm so confused. Okay, Iran is not allowing ships to go through, right? So Trump's like, okay, we're going to blockade it. Blockade what? The couple ships that Iran is letting through? I just love that the Strait of Hormuz was open and available to anyone before this all started 40 days ago or whatever.
He continues to dial up the pressure on Iran to come back to the negotiating table. Vice President J.D. Vance, of course, was the one who led those talks in Pakistan that lasted for...
Yeah, I agree, too. I heard they do stuff like 6-7 to see how fast a meaningless thing will travel. I mean, that kind of stuff proves to you how fast actual news and actual information can filter through the collective, right? If we're not blockaded every step of the way. But those fucking dumb things like 6-7 and whatever the dumbest fad meme before that was, like, that just proves how fast ideas actually can go through the collective if it's allowed to.
Over 21 hours, and when he left, he said he was leaving, having given Iran the, quote, best and final offer from the U.S., saying that that deal remains on the table and it's up to the Iranians to move next. We also know that these two sides were pretty far apart on some critical points, especially probably chief among them, according to the president, was Iran's refusal to give up its nuclear ambitions. And so that is going to be a red line for both sides, and we don't know whether this pressure will make a difference. But Pakistan is ramping up efforts to restart the talks, to have them again. And sources familiar with the conversations tell CBS that this wasn't a complete failure. There was progress made. In fact, the vice...
Shaner said, my question is, why are we messing with Lebanon? Dude, it's the greater Israel shit. They're going to mess with Lebanon, Syria, Egypt. They're going for all of that land. They're not going to be able to do it, though. Like... But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Did you see the Apple Maps is like deleting Lebanese cities off of the map? Just pretending they didn't exist, but you can see them because all the roads lead to where they should be. Like, that's crazy, dude. All these tech companies are in on this shit with these fucking Zionist psychopaths.
Vice President himself said the good news is they had a lot of substantive talks, and they did make some progress, but they just weren't able to reach a final deal. So all hope is not lost. We just don't know what will be the next step when it comes to discussing an agreement further. We do know, however, that President Trump says the ceasefire that is set to expire in 9 days is still holding up well. So there is still time here, Mugo, for some sort of diplomatic solution. Although we're waiting for more details about when and where and who might that include for the next round.
Yeah, all important details there. Wuja Zhang, thank you.
I mean, is she officially part of the evil Koch family? Well, haven't looked into it. Is there a paper trail to her dad being a Koch brother? Probably not. But her last name's Koch. She is acting like a Freemason. The NASA's just missile development for the military. Why not? Spiritually feels right. Don't need to further look into it. Honestly, seems like a fun lie to spread, even if it's not true. I want this to get to her. Excuse me, Christina Koch, are you a Koch brother, like of oil Koch brother fame? And she have to address this in public. No, I'm Mormon. I'm a lying Mormon, not a lying oil magnate. All right, let's watch a little jobbery about Melania.
The most bizarre statement I've ever seen Melania Trump make, which is really saying a lot because she is Melania Trump after all.
Is there something you have learned about your dad in the course of this campaign that you didn't?
Hello?
Melania, is there something you've learned about him?
I'll be honest, Melania is a person I don't think about all that much. Her biggest controversy, or perhaps her most iconic moment of the past decade, is when she expressed her complete and utter disdain for having to decorate the White House for Christmas every year in a phone call that got leaked.
They say I'm complicit. I'm the same like him. I support him. I don't say enough. I don't do enough.
No.
Where I am, I'm working like a my ass
I know.
The Christmas stuff that, who gives a about Christmas stuff and decoration, but I need to do it, right?
Yeah, but 100%. You have no choice.
And then I do it, and I say that I'm working on Christmas, planning for the Christmas, and they said, oh, what about the children, that they were separated? Give me break.
A real charmer. I think we all remember how warm and inviting those decorations were, but when she isn't hawking her critically acclaimed Amazon documentary or her equally acclaimed
Bro, I still gotta see this shit.
$30 fire kindling, she usually avoids the headlines and tends to fade into the background of Trump war.
Yo, Melania looking to smash, dude. Do you see her eyes? Look at this.
Critically acclaimed
She's like, I've never been around an attractive male in my life.
Amazon documentary or her equally acclaimed $30 fire kindling.
And the worst part is he's not even cute. Look at him. He's a Marine.
The headlines and tends to
his head looks like a dick.
Fade into the background of Trump.
He's gargantuan. He's Paul-sized. He's not cute, and she's seeing stars.
World overshadowed by more boisterous figures like, I don't know, her husband, who she really does seem to be so enamored with. God, they're basically inseparable. Donald looks kind of different in this clip.
Yo, Melania's a sexy robot. She might be a robot under there.
First Lady Melania Trump for
She's doing sexy robot walk.
inviting me to the White House. It is an honor.
But in the rare media appearance on Thursday, April 9th, Melania Trump approached the presidential podium to address an issue front and center of everybody's minds right now.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today.
Oh, wait, what? Okay, that kind of came out of nowhere. I love that there was no build up to that or anything. 9 seconds in, she just hits us with an Epstein jump scare like it was nothing. Big day for anybody who thought the war in Iran was waged in part to distract from Epstein. Now it looks like we're just...
Yeah, whoa. I'm not saying Melania's sexy. I'm saying she's doing sexy robot walk. She was trying to walk like a sexy robot.
Distracting from the war in Iran by bringing up Epstein, which I don't really get. I had it on good authority that stuff was all a hoax.
So this is a Democrat.
Shaners, did you watch that 4-hour TikTok live? Yeah, I mean, I believe everything Sasha says. Dude, we fucking called that shit too, that Lisa Voldang was handling the shit out of him. He fucking hates her. But yeah, we watched that whole thing. Dude, I keep trying to get Threads on my phone, and I can't fucking get it on my phone because I want to try and get in contact with Sasha. I don't know why I can't fucking... I have it downloaded. Every time I open it, it starts to open, and then the app fails.
Hoax that never ends.
I mean, I guess it doesn't end, partly because now your wife is here reigniting the story after months of Iran coverage dominating mainstream media. Now they're back to talking about the hoax.
Yeah,
and I gotta say, if people weren't speculating about Melania's ties to Jeffrey Epstein before, they certainly are now. This was so out of the blue that even White House reporters weren't expecting such a development.
This came out of left field for us here covering the White House. The press shop did not give us any insight into what this announcement would be about. We had no heads up on this. We're not getting any information from them now, including whether or not the president was aware she would be making this statement.
I just got off a very quick call before we went to air with President Trump, who said he was in the middle of a war meeting and that he couldn't talk for very long and had to go, but that actually he had no prior knowledge to the topic that Melania Trump, his wife, was going to be touching upon today.
Nevertheless, Melania spent her 5-minute address.
No, dude, I'm saying, look at this robot. This robot is trying to do sexy walk. Look at the way it's sashaying its hips. And Melania is mimicking it.
With God, they're basically inseparable. Donald looks kind of different in this clip.
It's swishing its hips, dude. Don't look over here.
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House. It is an honor.
But in the rare media appearance on Thursday,
let the robot be sexy if it wants to.
Never had
well,
a
it's trying. It's attempting.
relationship with Epstein or
They gotta get these fuck robots going, man. They only have the hip sway turned up to 2, but you know they could get it up to 9 if they wanted to.
his accomplice, Maxwell. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump.
What she's referring to are allegations.
Nobody was talking. No one said that. Melania, what the fuck? POV, nobody. Crickets. Melania, I did not meet Donald Trump from Epstein.
That have been swirling around for years, most of which come from Trump's biographer, Michael Wolff, a journalist who has written multiple books about the Trump White House and is most notably one of the few individuals to have interviewed Epstein at length leading up to his eventual arrest and suicide behind bars in 2019. In fact, it was Michael Wolff who released the audio of Epstein saying this. I'll always play that clip any chance I get. Wolff, who claims to have recorded 100 hours of interviews with the pedophile, told the Daily Beast last summer that the First Lady had been introduced to the president by an Italian modeling agent with ties to both Trump and Epstein.
Enemy of the show, Paolo Zampoli.
A man by the name of Paolo Zampoli, founder of the agency ID Models. We'll be circling back around to him a little bit later. Wolff also claimed that the first time Donald and Melania ever had sex was on the Lolita Express, Epstein's private jet. Shortly after they ran the story, though, the Daily...
Like, dude, I'm sorry, a private jet? Like, these people are just banging each other within earshot? It's kind of weird, bro. I don't know. It's very college frat.
Beast retracted the article that featured Wolff's allegations and issued an apology that was reposted by Melania. This came after her team had threatened Wolff with a reported $1 billion lawsuit, to which Wolff responded in kind by suing the First Lady in October 2025. But don't just take his word for it. Similar claims had also been made by British author Andrew Lowney, who reported in his book on Prince Andrew that it was Epstein who had brought the lovely couple together. This too, however, resulted in legal threats from Melania, and HarperCollins wound up pulling the books from shelves last fall and issuing an apology. But not everybody was willing to make apologies.
According to his biographer, is that Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the president met.
Really?
Yeah.
Epstein made the intro.
Yeah, according to Michael Wolff.
Yeah.
And so I only can go by what people are saying, and I don't know.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in from the top rope, it's the one and only Hunter Biden, or as I like to call him, our 49th president. Even though he was only repeating what Michael Wolff had alleged, it was enough for Melania to, you guessed it, threaten more legal action.
Bro, we love Hunter Biden.
Against America's favorite crack connoisseur, except he completely and totally refused to retract his statements or apologize, basically told Trump to bring it, and so far it hasn't been brought. Almost like the president and his wonderful spouse had been making threats that were more or less empty.
It's not about who introduced whom to who. I don't know how that's in any way rises to the level of defamation to begin with, but the fact of the matter is that this is about hundreds, if not over 1,000 minors, children who were raped by Jeffrey Epstein. I don't believe in guilt by association alone, but the connections have become, they're so glaringly obvious that I think they're trying to use other things to distract.
Not only had the claims been spread by Wolf, Flowney, and Hunter, but a 2019 FBI document released by Trump's very own Justice Department not that long ago appeared to reinforce the narrative. In an interview that was highly redacted for whatever reason, really makes you wonder what was said in these 2 paragraphs. We know that the person being interviewed worked with Epstein between 2005 and 2006, and it looks like they forgot to redact the most consequential part where the person says Epstein introduced Melania Trump to Donald Trump. Whoops! Accidents happen, I guess. Not the best look, though, I gotta admit. But who am I to question the sincerity of a person with the last name Trump, right? Anyone who thinks Melania isn't that bad of a person should probably be aware that it was her who came up with the locker room talk defense after her husband's infamous bus tape came.
Wait, Melania's the one who came up with that? She goes, it's just a little locker room talk.
Came out in October 2016. She knows exactly who she married. She is a willing participant in covering up and downplaying his reprehensible behavior.
Bro, he looked so crazy young when he was running for president the first time. Now he's such a fat fucking dying piece of shit. It's so funny.
Here, and it should come as no surprise that now here she is talking to a camera trying to save her own ass by getting ahead of a potential bombshell story about her involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, why else would she come out with this out of nowhere when she had seemingly already addressed the aforementioned rumors by threatening litigation last year? Why bring any of this?
Yeah, that guilty by association shit. Like, if you know your friends are, you are just a collection of your top 5 friends. So, if you got 5 pedophiles around you, if you got 1, I don't know, bro.
Up now when nobody was really talking about it before.
My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more.
My email reply. I can't. Is she Italian? Is she French? Is she Israeli? What is this accent?
Than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note.
So she means trivial note, but what she's referring to there is an email that they really didn't need to bother redacting, since the email itself already lets us know who is involved in this exchange. But in October 2002, Melania wrote Ghislaine Maxwell the following: Dear G, how are you? Nice story about Jeffrey Epstein in New York Mag, which, by the way, is the infamous
profile. I love that literally everyone knows him as J.E.
that had quoted Donald Trump saying that Epstein likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Just thought I'd throw that one out there too while we were at it. She continues, you look great on the picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I can't wait to go down. Give me a call when you're back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. Honestly, that's a lot sweeter than anything I've ever heard her say about Donald, and the warm wishes were definitely reciprocated, with Ghislaine's response being, sweet pea. Thank you for your message. Actually, plans changed again, and I am now on my way back to New York. I leave again on Friday.
Bro, imagine getting ghosted by Ghislaine Maxwell.
So I still do not think I have time to see you, sadly. I will try and call, though. Keep well. Yeah, you love to see just a couple of icons queening out like that. Snopes found that weeks after the email exchange, on November 11th, Melania and Donald appeared in a photo with Maxwell and British model Naomi Campbell while attending the opening of a Dolce & Gabbana location, according to the image's caption on Getty Images. But aside from the email,
Naomi Campbell has such dark energy around her always.
There could be another reason as to why Melania chose right now to make such a statement.
I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania.
All right, well, first of all, nice shameless plug. And secondly, it's interesting that Melania has no problem revealing the location and the year that she and her beautiful husband met, but she conveniently doesn't expand much on who else was at that party, or most importantly, who played matchmaker. The Daily Beast ran an excellent piece on April 10th where they discussed the modeling agent I mentioned a second ago, Paolo Zampoli, citing an interview he had given the New York Times a decade ago, where it was reported he secured Miss Trump's visa to the United States and introduced her to her future husband at a 1998 party he hosted at the Kit Kat Club, telling the Times that we both like beautiful things, and you know what else they both evidently like? The company of Jeffrey Epstein. The Daily Beast points out that in the early 2000s, Zampoli, who currently serves as the president's special envoy for global partnerships and who just attended an event in Hungary with Vice President Doofus, had once discussed buying a modeling agency with Epstein. Later, Zampoli was a partner in the now defunct ocean charity Terra Mar, which was founded by Ghislaine Maxwell in 2012, years after Epstein had become a convicted pedophile in the state of Florida. I just gotta point out again. For me, Jeffrey Epstein was a financial partner of Victoria's Secret. I had to deal with him, he said. We never got along, thank God, but I had to have a very cordial relationship. So cordial that you thought about buying a modeling agency
Yeah, she eat kids for sure.
with him? A guy that you never got along with, supposedly? All right then, even without an attorney, I'm volunteering to go
She sounds suitcase-ish.
to Congress to testify about this because we have seen enough nonsense, he said. And let me be the first to say, I would love nothing more than to see that happen. Please, Mr. Zampoli, appear in front of Congress. The world needs it. The Daily Beast points out that Zampoli's name appears several times.
Trump was born female. That's why his hips are so wide. Dude, watching him golf. Dude, the White House posted a video of him golfing today. He's such a bad golfer. For only golfing. Here, wait, let's listen to Ty.
I wrote a song called Fuck the IDF, and I tried playing it. And I know you don't want to see my ugly face fucking cry, but we don't know how many people were killed yesterday, and that's where we're at, right? And that's what we're getting. We don't know how many people were injured. That's where we're at, right? And we're watching something that is equally as terrible as Hitler, right? But it's anti-Semitic to say it's bad. So, I mean, we're fucked. Our accounts are fucked. None of us can do it. None of us can post anything. I tried posting something before this. They took it down immediately. And I just wanted to come and say, like, if you're having a day two and nothing that you can say is posting and everything, they're allowed to kill kids and they're allowed to blow up cemeteries and they're allowed to fucking, I've seen them blow up so many buildings that are older than Israel itself. And I can't post and try and tell people that,
older than 3,000 years.
If the world agreed on anything that didn't include Israel, Israel would blow up the world. And no one asked them to be Jewish in Palestine, right? Because that means that they had to kill every single person in every single country around them. But I'll just get into the song. We're going to turn this fucking rage into some sort of useful art. And I know you're going through it too. And I know you're probably dealing with it. And you don't know how to deal with it because our overlords fucking... They own us. They own us. So, and they got us silenced. But we will not be silenced. And if we lose this account today, we lose it. Fuck the IDF, you say it. Fuck the IDF, yep. And anyone
who broke a string.
I'm having a day. You know what I mean? Either way.
Classic.
They don't want to be anywhere. They don't want to be anywhere, whether it's Israel, Argentina, They're just setting fire. I hope we can put some out in my lifetime. I'll do this song tomorrow. Have a good day. Having a little bit.
Yeah, for how else will they get the whole world to hate them? So Big G comes to save them without murking kids. Yeah, dude, it's just what you gotta do if you want God to come save you. My hand heart is a diamond with alien fingers. AI fingers. Oh man, true. Wait, what were we doing? What was I coming to look for? Oh, the White House. This shit was fucking amazing. No, not White House Hotel.
Georgia,
Bro, that's the opening Georgia. Look at this. He posted this on the internet, dude. Georgia. Bro, he's got his elbow tucked in like crazy. His arms are fucking bent the whole time he's swinging. Georgia. Yo, this dude ugly. This dude ugly as fuck. Georgia. But yeah, look at these wide ass hips, dude. Georgia. See? Those are baby rearing hips, dog. Georgia. Look. He got a big ass, dude. It's true. Female ass. Oh, man. Oh, little jump scare. Horrible swing, dude. One more time. Georgia. Wait, he's the 45th and the 47th president? Is that what number he is? It looks like he's the 45th through the 47th. Yeah, exactly. This is how you golf when your trainers are sycophants, when they don't tell you that you're ass. They just keep going, "Yes, Mr. Trump. Do you like this blowy I'm giving you?" Would you like me to gobble the balls? Yes, Mr. Trump. What about, you want me to go to Sasha's staking point? Would you like me to lick your taint? Yuck. God, what is this?
Yeah, it's what my Trump account looks like. All mine, baby. When a baby is born, money gets invested in their name, and then it just sits there, growing. While I'm still learning shapes, years go by, and when I'm growing up, the money grows up too. One day I could use it for college, to buy a house.
Bro, whoever has the White House account, it's got to be Barron Trump, but we got to take this shit away from him. This is the White House account.
Nice to meet you. I had a DoorDash order for you.
Why would they have a 90-year-old woman delivering this, bro? I still don't get it.
Nice to meet you. I had a DoorDash order for you.
That's very nice. Look at this. This doesn't look staged, does it?
They're all your favorites.
That's right. These are good.
He goes, "This doesn't look staged, does it?"
Good job. So, the reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up...
Yeah, scrap with the IRS. No, don't scrap it. When they come to your door, scrap with them. Get frosty with them. Get froggy with them. Throw fists. It's the IRS. They aren't real people. It's okay.
Extra $11,000 if you didn't need it because the tax bill...
Yeah, this lady's husband has fucking cancer. That's why she's delivering DoorDash to the fucking president for, I'm sure, a shit tip. I bet she got tipped $5.
So big, the refund...
Rich people are truly the worst tippers in history. There's no worse tippers than rich people.
...is the biggest you've ever had. Is that a correct statement?
It definitely was.
Ew, creatress. Should I massage your scar tissue, sir? Oh my God. Yuck.
Yeah, I saved over $11,000 by not having a plan.
Was that surprising to you?
It was very surprising.
Madness.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission,
Bro, I love that they lock the gloves onto their suits and then they have their ankles open to the air. Their boots aren't fucking strapped in.
With you, the heart of this Artemis team. The daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe.
Dude, I fucking wish it blew up.
And the hopes and dreams of a new generation.
That would have been awesome.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2.
4, 3, 2,
Let's go.
1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we got 2 moonrises.
Dude, I'm telling you, rockets going to space, nothing gayer. Gayest shit ever. This is why Trump loves it. Our big, beautiful gay president.
Use integrity. Splashdown, sending post-landing
I mean,
command.
it's literally a giant dick spermiciding up to space. Just doing ropes of jism until it gets to space. And then it might literally explode on its climax. Yeah, NASA's gay. Fully. Nothing wrong with it, but people just acting like it's macho. That it's not gay. It is. It's okay.
Now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy Splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m.
I mean, you can be macho and gay. You know what I mean.
Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Trump goes, "You're too beautiful to be an astronaut. Get back in my hotel room right now, sir." I want to kiss you on the mouth. Not with tongue.
From the pages of Jules Verne.
But you're beautiful. I'd kiss you right on the lips. In a dream.
To a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Yeah, every time you get mad, just remember you're watching the final fall of a maximally vile empire. Agreed. I do feel like it is all... Like, I feel like it's like that feeling when you go over a hill, you know, really fast and your tummy goes up in the air and you're like, whoa. I feel like we're kind of reaching that point and it's like, oh, all the dominoes are coming down. Something's bound to happen. But yeah, agreed. That's why, honestly, all of this shit is so funny to me. It's just watching, it's watching the downfall of the most vile empire ever. Like, I don't think people really understand how disgusting the American empire is. I mean, they don't, because otherwise they'd be as mad as us. Just the mind control shit. Not even thinking about the poisoning and the bombing of the world and just mind controlling everyone is crazy. These people are nuts. But anyway, yeah, NASA, gay.
Jubilation here in the...
No one fight me on my thesis. It's true.
The flight control room, the first crew member is out of integrity. We now have 2 crew members out.
Yeah, all of our tax dollars were pissed away for CGI crap so that these motherfuckers could defraud us. Like, they're spending like 5% of the money we give them on AI CGI videos and then pocketing the rest for their fucking Black Site Israel programs.
Remember number 3 now out. Wiseman out of the vehicle. All 4 crew members now out of integrity.
Houston Integrity Splashdown sending post-landing command.
Oh, there was a video I saw earlier of some sewing ladies, some quilt ladies that were looking at the stitching, and they're like, the stitching in these parachutes is changing between shots. I'll see if I can find the video. Oh, dude, you want to hear about this Claude shit? Wait, did we finish this? No, we didn't. Wait, let's finish this Melania video.
In the Epstein files, one document from 2020 contains an FBI interview with an alleged Epstein victim who used to be one of the models at Zampoli's agency. Another involves Epstein warning Sultan bin Salim, the Dubai-based CEO who appears elsewhere in the files, for sending a torture video to Epstein to be careful of Zampoli, and that he often sells stories to the press. When asked directly about his connection to Epstein, he told the New York Times that, hey, at least I was included, because if you're not on the list, you're a loser. Right? Right, man. Yeah. Whatever you want to tell yourself. Which all ties into another controversy Zampoli is currently dealing with. Back in March, the Times reported that last June, Zampoli had learned that his Brazilian ex-girlfriend and the mother of his teenage son was in a Miami jail, arrested on charges of fraud at her workplace. Being in the midst of a heated custody battle with her, the Times reports that Zampoli saw an opportunity. He reportedly called up a top ICE official and explained that his ex was in the country illegally. He figured that with her in an ICE detention facility, winning custody of their son would be easier than ever. The official, David Venturella, called the agency's Miami office to ensure that ICE would pick her up before she could be released on bail, making sure to tell his henchmen that the case was important to someone close to the White House. Sure enough, the woman, Amanda Ungaro, soon was placed in ICE custody and deported to Brazil, though the DHS, which we know would never lie to the American public, ever, hey, come on, maintained that—
Yeah, the money NASA steals is going to shadow government black ops shit. Yeah, shout out to the sewing ladies.
Ungaro had been detained and deported.
Yeah, and the money is being siphoned into pedo rings and defense contractors. Same thing, yeah. Yeah, defense contractors are literally pedo contractors. I'm going to pretend I'm scared when they do Bluebeam so I don't have to go to work that day. No, dude, everyone's going to be expected to go to work. You're just going to be able to talk about it at your allotted 12-minute break.
Due to a long expired visa and having been charged with fraud, not convicted.
Who's Ashley Janae? She was suicided? What, a whistleblower or something?
Mind you. Any suggestion that she was arrested and removed for political reasons for favors is false, they argued. But the Times also reports that Zamboli had, for years, dangled the prospect of marriage and the path to citizenship that comes with it over her head, never actually going through with it. And after he found out she had been detained, records indicate that he had quickly reached out to our good friend Corey Lewandowski, who did not respond. And while Zamboli insists he had not asked Venturella for a favor, he doesn't dispute that he had reached.
And Corey Lewandowski, never forget, is Kristi Noem's boo. She loved Corey Lewandowski.
Out. The Daily Beast also reported that as Melania addressed the nation on Thursday, a series of posts from a woman purporting to
no, we didn't talk about the draft, but I could find something.
Be Ungaro began to appear online. The posts were direct replies to Melania's archived First Lady account, claiming to know her and threatening to expose everything I know. As Zampoli told the outlet, my ex is a criminal and a psychopath. She was arrested, she was illegal. But for her to now try and get the fame and go after our marvelous First Lady of the United States of America, I don't even think the First Lady ever spoke to her in maybe 10 years, maximum 13 years. It's mind-boggling. Yeah, it should come as no surprise to anybody that Zampoli continues to be one of the biggest MAGA sycophants I've ever seen in my life, posing with the president and other various cabinet members on his Instagram. The guy really loves his job. What can you say? The Daily Beast notes that Ungaro was only 17 when she first boarded Epstein's Lolita Express in 2002, accompanied by her then agent Jean-Luc Brunel, another friend of Epstein's who has long been known to have trafficked girls to the billionaire and who died under mysterious circumstances himself in a French prison while awaiting trial in 2022. Ungaro told a Brazilian newspaper in a recent interview that there were—
I love that Jean-Luc Brunel got extradited out of the prison by his buddy Jeffrey.
about 30 girls on the plane. I found it very strange. They looked more like students than models, beautiful and very young, but not with a model profile. I was scared when I saw all those girls. I thought, where am I?
Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone.
That's right, Madam First Lady. Epstein certainly did not act alone. In fact, I know of a few people right off the top of my head that should be investigated, starting with, oh, I don't know, the wingman who introduced you to your grotesque hog of a spouse, or
Enemy
maybe
of the
Brett
show.
Ratner, the director of your documentary, who can be seen in this blood-curdling photograph where he and Epstein appear to be sitting on a couch together, embracing two redacted girls, while Ratner maintains that it's his fiancée in the photo. I'm really not sure that makes it much better. Should also point out that Ratner was previously accused of sexual misconduct in 2017 at the height of the Me Too movement, and that this Melania documentary was meant to be his big comeback, which I think we all can agree worked out really well for him. Melania Trump, everybody, revitalizing the careers of creeps since 2016. And while we're on the subject of Congress opening investigations, I think there's one other guy they might want to look into. His name escapes me right now. I just can't put my finger on it. I'm sure it'll come to me eventually.
We still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered.
Bro, her accent is not real. Where is it from? Is this what an Antarctic accent sounds like?
around
Is this what an Anunnaki accent sounds like?
survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony.
You mean the victims that were cruelly ignored and attacked by your husband? Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of, that's right. Acting as if you have any sympathy at all for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, is a complete joke.
Dude, Jeffrey's chin game is unmatched too. Holy fuck.
Pretty sure if you had any shred of moral clarity left in your body, you would have ditched
Bro been chin maxing since the 70s.
your husband decades ago. But I want to go ahead and end this video with the statement given by over a dozen survivors in response to the First Lady that reads, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have already shown extraordinary courage by coming forward, filing reports, and giving testimony. Asking more of them now is a deflection of responsibility, not justice. First Lady Melania Trump is now shifting the burden onto survivors under politicized conditions that protect those with power. The Department of Justice, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the Trump administration, which has still not fully complied with
straight up 4 inches of chin, bro.
The Epstein Files Transparency Act. It also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identities. Those failures continue to put lives at risk while shielding enablers. Survivors have done their part. Now it's time for those in power to do theirs.
Yeah, Epstein photobombing that picture is really good. Wait, where'd it go?
Conditions that protect those with enablers. Survivors have done their part. Who must law enforcement and not just have already.
I don't know. Why fire Pam Bondi but not Kash Patel? I honestly think that maybe they think that if they fire Pam Bondi, she doesn't have to testify. I don't know. It really threw me for a loop. I don't know why they fired Pam Bondi, because she was doing everything they wanted her to do. You're just thinking of his weird-shaped egg dick, his lemon dick. Blech. What's Palm Beach Pete doing there? Just Livin, baby. Just gotta keep living. Oh, God. Rory McCartney. What's this now? Draft time,
Starting in
boys.
December, all men between the ages of 18 and 25 will be automatically registered for the military draft. They'll be added into the Selective Service
It ain't
System.
me, babe.
That's the independent government agency that keeps a list of all eligible Americans. For decades, the majority of men would register themselves or face a felony. Congress tucked the rule change into a bipartisan defense bill that President Trump signed into law late last year. It comes as enrollment has slipped in recent years, even as worries about conflicts with nations like China and Russia have grown. There has not been a military draft since the Vietnam War.
Support journalism
So
you
wait,
trust.
what's the actual thing? Everyone's being registered for the draft if you're that between those ages? But that doesn't necessarily mean they're ready to do a draft yet. Is that the case? But they will soon. You think Barron Trump's going to get drafted? Hope not.
So we definitely have quite a few things to talk about today. For example, it would seem like the Council of Supervillains had an emergency meeting after 33 years, so you know things are definitely about to take off. But first, I do want to go ahead and talk about this because it seems like we have another missing scientist, and this would make either the 10th or the 11th. News and media is saying that Stephen
And
Garcia...
also, yeah, I agree. I think that Pam Bondi is just another expendable woman. I mean, look at all the people that he fires. It's just Christy Nome, Pam Bondi, and Omarosa, dude.
Yeah, 48.
They're shattering that glass ceiling, boys.
8 is the 10th missing scientist.
Girls can be anything and then get fired to cover for the boys.
They're not including Jason Thomas, who I'd spoken about, that has a lot of connections with this, that has also vanished. Steven Garcia vanished in New Mexico, which would make the 4th or 5th scientist that vanished from the state, including General McCaslin, but also just like General McCaslin, he vanished while on foot carrying only a handgun. But what's the same with all these missing scientists is that they're all vanishing while on foot. They're not driving.
Yeah, I think Barron said he'll go to war if he can bring he likes his suitcase. Mommy, can I bring my suitcase to army?
Driving away in their cars and never seen again. And also, just like with all these other missing scientists, every single one of them, he left behind his phone, keys, and wallet. I had spoken about all these missing scientists, and it seems like all the circumstances are the same, with them leaving behind important objects.
Probably because they're going to meet their fucking handler who's then killing them.
Except Monica Reza, whose work was being overseen by General McCaslin, and when the authorities were asked if they could go ahead and ping her phone to find her location, they basically said, no, we're not going to give that information away. You can see by this graph here, they all connect one way or another, but ultimately they all connect right back to General McCaslin. An anonymous source told the Daily Mail that Garcia was a government contractor working for the Kansas City National Security Campus, a major facility in Albuquerque that plays a key behind-the-scenes role in America's national defense. KCNSC manufactures more than...
Yeah, dude, is there a single Barron as an adult speaking video? I have to see it. Because I'm pretty sure there isn't one. But, dude, I bet he does still talk like that. I like my suitcase.
80% of all non-nuclear components that go...
Like, how does he's what, 20-something? How is there no video anywhere of this kid talking? He looks Eastern European too, dude.
Go into building the military's nuclear weapons. Garcia allegedly served as a property custodian at the facility, giving him a top security...
Oh, there's a video of him saying, hi, nice to meet you. And he got rid of the suitcase accent. Oh, they want to change everyone.
and broad access to the entire site's nuclear secrets. So basically they're saying this makes him a very important person there because he had access and knowledge to all the equipment and assets. You can see how this KCNSC connects to Kirtland Air Force Base. This is one of the Air Force bases that General McCaslin oversaw, the other one being Wright-Patterson. But what's the ultimate goal here? What's the ultimate agenda here that we have news and media telling us almost every day that another scientist has gone missing, and this scientist connects to something that connects right back to General McCaslin? I honestly think, and this is my own personal opinion, but I think this is all going to connect right back to their alien agenda. They're going to come out and say that they had to take these scientists to some type of secret underground facility or something along those lines to work on things to combat an alien threat that they know is coming. But at the end of the day, I really don't know. That's just my opinion. I just can't help but feel that there's a big agenda at play here. The timing in connection to all of this is just very suspicious. I do want to go ahead and talk about this because when I woke up this morning, I checked X and it would seem like people are really talking about what Trump had posted on his Truth Social account. A picture or a painting which shows Trump as a healer, but a lot of people are saying that it clearly shows Trump as Jesus. Other people are pushing back and saying, no, this does not depict Trump as Jesus, but a disciple of Jesus that can heal through him. Trump also recently came out and gave a response to this as well.
Post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ.
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's
He
going
has
through
cancer.
some very serious cancer treatment, so
Yes, sir.
this goes a long way.
Yes, sir. It sure does.
So people are really going back and forth on that. Me personally, I think what he's wearing looks more like the magician on the 2017 Economist magazine cover, a cover we talk about quite often on this channel, which is kind of fun.
I mean, dude, he was going for Jesus. He's like, I'm your healer. I'm your savior.
Funny given the fact that the word MAGA means magician in almost every language besides the ones that say it also means sorcerer or witch. But I do want to go ahead and talk about something else that was seen on this portrait. So what's
it was updated to have fucking Bale or whatever the fuck that is.
Left is the original picture that was posted by Nick Adams on his X account back on February 4th, 2026. What you see on the right is what Trump posted on his Truth Social account yesterday. While they both look the same, there is one big difference between the two, and it's this. This was the only thing edited in the entire picture. Why? Why replace this soldier in the front here with an angel that's wearing a very specific crown that's very similar to one worn by the statue of Lucifer? One could make the argument that the statue of Lucifer has 7 points on his crown. This angel has anywhere from 3 to 5, depending on how you look at it. But it's also very similar to a sculpture back in the 19th century at St. Paul's Cathedral. This sculpture is titled The Genius of Evil, which is a sculpture of Lucifer. But this isn't the only time very recently we would see this crown-bearing angel in Trump's artwork. Take, for example, his arch in Washington, D.C. We can see Lucifer the light bearer between either two birds or two fallen angels, who really knows, and right beneath it, one nation under God. So flat out, they're telling you who they worship, but again, the question happens to be, why change that soldier into a crown-bearing angel? There has to be a deeper meaning behind that. This individual on X, Adam Foreman, who leaves a lot of great comments on my posts, he replied to me saying, it looks like Lucifer and the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and honestly, I can definitely see that. There are also those saying that this resembles the Baphomet as well if you look at it a certain way. It could also be the demon Paimon, who's known to wear the three-pointed crown as well. But given the fact that he has this crown-wearing light-bearer angel,
that's the demon from Hereditary. Paimon.
On top of his arch here, I think this change in this portrait here is to connect what's on top of the arch. What a very weird yet telling change that was made to the original picture. And if they are indeed saying that Trump is depicted as Jesus here, then one could say that the entity coming out of the clouds would represent their God. But this wouldn't be the first time that a president was depicted as a godlike figure. I remember that cover that was released by Newsweek that depicted Obama as a Hindu deity, and the title was God of All Things. There are people that are trying to give this a more positive spin by saying that what this entity is represents a book that was a Reddit book, and the book is supposedly called The Last Pull, and it has to do with...
Yeah, everyone's saying that the guy he does kind of look like Jon Stewart. Everyone's saying that it's Jeffrey Epstein, though, which is funnier. But I wish it did look more like Jeffrey Epstein. You're right, it does look more like Jon Stewart.
With a man, and I guess the positive spin that these people are giving is that Trump is the man that defeats the entity, which this entity is supposedly named Baal. But I cannot find any existence of this book whatsoever on the internet. Maybe somebody can help me out and find it and link it to me. Again, supposedly this was a Reddit book, but I can't find any existence of it on Reddit. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough. Then the question happens to be, if this book doesn't exist, then why are people saying that it does to try to give this a more positive spin? But moving on, so what is going on with the Bilderberg Group? Now, the Bilderberg Group, they are the more elusive, secretive, what you could consider the World Economic Forum. It's a get-together of the so-called powers that be, but a meeting that we, the public, do not see. They are basically the kingmakers, the driving force behind the European Union, the Euro. They promote policies that promote globalization, among other things. Again, they can be seen as the shadowy World Economic Forum. The so-called powers that be, they come together to have these meetings every May, June, or even sometimes as late as July. But when they have emergency meetings, they will have them in April. The last time they came together and had a meeting in April took place in Greece, all the way back in 1993. Well, 33 years later, without many people knowing, without news and media telling us, because they always tell us when the World Economic Forum gets together. But the Bilderberg meeting took place between the dates of April 9th and the 12th in Washington, D.C. Now, it's no secret because you can go to their website, bilderbergmeetings.org, and on their calendar, you can see it for yourself. But again, they haven't had one this early in 33 years, so that definitely means we're going to be looking at some major scripted events where we're going to be seeing the number 33 in the major headlines. But here are the topics for discussion in this meeting: AI, Arctic security, China, digital finance, energy diversification, which sounds like to go along with this whole energy lockdown, Europe, global trade, the Middle East, Russia, the transatlantic defense industrial relationship, Ukraine, the United States, future of warfare,
What up, mommy?
And the West. Here are the list of participants for the 2026 meeting. This is not all of them because I do remember one year Hillary Clinton attended and she wasn't named in the list of participants. But one of the names that really stands out to me is Albert Bourla, who just happens to be the CEO.
What they were talking about this week was an energy lockdown.
And chair of Pfizer. They really want to put themselves out there this year because they are developing a jab that has
Anduril, I saw that.
Has not been developed since 1998. That had to do with ticks and Lyme, a jab called Limerix. Well, it ended up costing the manufacturer lots and lots of money because, come to find out, there was really no need for it. Not everybody had a tick issue like they thought they were going to have, and it failed. Flash forward to today, Pfizer, they're trying to get their Lyme jab passed, but the issue happens to be not everybody.
And bro, all of a sudden, have you heard about the crazy explosion of ticks this year? I wonder if that's a coinky dink. That Pfizer's trying to sell a Lyme disease shot.
Is getting Lyme like they thought they were going to have, so it's failing trials. Pfizer has invested.
Yeah, I could see that too, Barry. I could see the whole point of the Iran war to be to usher in a global energy crisis. Yeah, I'm convinced ticks and mosquitoes are all lab invented by the CIA and they're not naturally occurring bugs.
$308 million into this Lyme disease jab for something that has historically financially failed in the past. So what are they going to go ahead and do to make sure it does not fail this time and they don't lose out on all this money? Well, I guess that's going to be one of the discussions in this secret meeting. They really have to sell this, right? How are they going to make sure that they don't lose out on all this money? Well, I mean, you can see it from all these news articles coming out that researchers are saying that they are seeing an explosion of tick sightings in April that has been absolutely unheard of. Why are there so
Here, let me do my minutes of horror impression. I said,
many tick sightings this April? Well, the official response happens to be because it's warmer. But honestly, this April to me anyway hasn't felt any warmer than last year. Matter of fact, April of 2024 was recorded to be the warmest April. Yet we didn't get all these news articles about an explosion of ticks that has never been seen before. So what else could be going on here? Is it possible that the difference between April of 2026 and the April of 2024 is a specific product that a certain company is trying to sell and making sure they don't lose money? Probably not. That's probably just a coincidence. It is just absolutely hilarious how the dots connect, but taking a look at these other individuals that are attending, we do have a heavy AI focus. We have Microsoft attending, we have Meta attending, we have Google DeepMind, we have Anthropic.
Isn't Meta dead?
So it's definitely a who's who of AI tech that's going to be attending this meeting. Oh, look who else is going to be attending. One of our favorite magazine covers that we talk about quite often on this channel, the editor-in-chief for The Economist. So maybe this is how they get a lot of the information to put down on their magazine covers that lets us know what's going to happen ahead of time through the Bilderbergs. This list is definitely the who's who of deep Triceratops feces. I do wonder if The Economist was also attending back in 2025, and taking a look at it, the participants list, they definitely were. They were there. They even had the World Economic Forum attending back in 2025, and this year they're not on the list. But again, like I said, I don't believe that this is a complete list. Given the fact that this is the first meeting to happen in April and they're
deep Triceratops feces, is that what he said?
33 years, I'm expecting the 2027 Economist magazine cover to show us something wild ahead of time, like maybe even aliens and UFOs.
No, Meta's not actually dead. The metaverse is dead. But remember, they renamed their whole company from Facebook to Meta because of the metaverse. And now the metaverse is dead.
Or quote-unquote aliens, I should say. They may even go all out and show us demons, because we have been hearing this from news and media as well, that aliens are interdimensional beings, even some saying that aliens are demons.
Dude, the chemtrail metals are really fucking with my eyes today.
That cover is going to be wild indeed. I did a breakdown of the 2024, 2025, and the 2026 covers, but when it comes to the 2027 cover, I'm going to do a breakdown live. So I'm calling it now the 2027 Economist magazine cover breakdown will be one of my lives on this channel. So you all can join me in decoding it together, because I know it's going to be a very interesting cover. But still talking about Jesus and very weird times, there's a company called Just Like Me that just launched their chatbot, and for $1.99 you can talk to this chatbot, and this chatbot
per minute to talk to AI powered Jesus
just happens to be an AI powered Jesus avatar. So instead of opening up your Bible and talking to Jesus that way, this company that's led by CEO Chris Breed said if you pay them $1.99 per minute, you'll get to go ahead and talk to Jesus directly.
That's more expensive than talking to like us you know, a Gooner phone line.
The CEO clarified that the AI chatbot is not intended to replace faith, clergy, scripture, or personal beliefs, but only offers a compassionate presence to help you navigate real-life challenges with positivity and clarity. But at the end of the day, we really don't know that when we have individuals like the advisor to the ex-chairman of the World Economic Forum, Yuval Harari, saying this.
You know, Gutenberg printed the Bible in the middle of the 15th century. The printing press printed as many copies of the Bible as Gutenberg instructed it, but it did not create a single new page. It had no ideas of its own about the Bible. Is it good? Is it bad? How to interpret this? How to interpret that? AI can create new ideas, can even write a new Bible. You know, throughout history, religions dreamt about having a book written by a superhuman intelligence, by a non-human entity. Every religion claims our book, all the books of the other religions, humans wrote them. But our book, no. It came from some superhuman intelligence. In a few years, there might be religions that are actually correct. That just think about a religion whose holy book is written by an AI. That could be a reality in a few years.
So I can definitely see how they can use these AI
Who the fuck are you? Yuval Harari.
chatbots like this company is creating to slowly groom people over time to accept AI preachers, and these AI preachers slowly twisting the word to a technocrat god. That's what I feel like these certain applications are for at the end of the day, to have AI take over every aspect of your life, whether it's physically, mentally, and now spiritually. And this really impacts us all, whether you're religious or not religious, because the more we rely on AI for every aspect of our daily lives, the more excuse they have to pop up these data centers. Well, people are using AI for everything now, even
we gotta light these bitches on fire.
To talk to Jesus, so we need more data centers, we need more land, we need more resources, more water. We even need more brain cells. If you saw my video on my other channel, Seconds of Horror, I had spoken about how there are now multiple data centers being powered by brain organoids or human brain cells, and every so often the staff has to switch out spinal fluid, and one has to ask themselves, where are they getting the spinal fluid from? Well, do your research. Well, the company says that they have a liquid that's modeled after cerebrospinal fluid. So in other words, we'll never be told the truth at the end of the day. Even though they do go on to tell us that this liquid that goes into this life support system is no different than the liquid that would keep a human alive. A liquid that supplies oxygen and glucose, again, just like cerebrospinal fluid.
Like
so these data centers
fluid.
are literally taking everything from the earth, whether they are resources or actual humans. But
yeah, dude, metals, fucking everything. Do you know how loud these fucking bitches are? I didn't realize this. These warehouses are so fucking loud that like towns away hear them, and it's like aggravatingly loud, and it's just a low constantly.
I do want to go ahead and see what other people are talking about. Apparently, Artemis 2 astronaut Christina Koch gave a speech, and people are saying it became really odd. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Necessarily just Earth, it was all the blackness around it. Earth was just this lifeboat hanging.
Like, why would the Earth be surrounded by blackness? Bro, if I can see stars from the ground on Earth through the hazy ass bullshit atmosphere, there's no way that they shouldn't be able to see stars. It literally doesn't make sense.
Undisturbingly in the universe.
Christina Cook, amen, dude. Yeah, dude, she putting her hand on her waist like she's listening to someone. This is exactly what happens when someone starts getting a feed in their ear. They just stop, especially if they aren't trained and they don't know to keep going or make it look natural.
Uh-oh.
Is he nodding too in the background? He's probably listening to what she's being coached on.
Universe.
Let's see.
Uh-oh.
I can't tell.
So...
like, she doesn't go, oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought. She just goes back into talking.
I may have not learned, I know I haven't learned, everything that this journey has yet to teach me.
The journey's over, lady. She's like, no, we never left, so it still feels like this is the journey.
But there's one new thing I know.
Bro, look at her ears. Look at that fucking chin, bro. She's a Habsburg.
And that is, planet Earth, you are a crew. Yeah. Thank you.
So it seems like either one.
It took her 10 days to think of that. Planet Earth, you are a crew.
one of two things. Either one, the person that was telling her what to say disconnected or had some kind of error, or two, she said something she wasn't supposed to say and the person in her ear was correcting her. But either way, definitely seemed like somebody was helping her with the speech, which is kind of weird because one would think that this once in a lifetime experience that not many people would experience, this should be something that's coming directly from the heart. It just feels,
yeah, Christina, you are a cuck.
Feels like everything surrounding this feels like one big scripted movie.
The journey of humiliation, exactly, bro.
It is. This great video comes from JT Follows JC.
So as all the Artemis stuff is in the news, I want to take you back a couple years. Do you guys remember when Apple dropped that movie called Fly Me to the Moon? And if you guys don't remember it, the premise of this movie was in 1969, they had an alternate backup plan to fake a moon landing just in case they couldn't get to the moon.
The whole world will be watching. We can't afford to lose to the Russians. We need to shoot the backup version of the moon landing.
You mean to fake it?
But what I find really funny about this, do you know what they called their project to fake the moon landing in that movie?
Artemis?
Yeah, of course. They called it Artemis. You can't even make...
Oh... Dude, what's that other movie that's really good? That's is it called Capricorn 1? Have you guys seen that? It's a 70s movie that's about them faking going to Mars, and it's like an exact duplicate. Like if you just translated it to being about the moon, it was about the moon. Did you hear that? Probably
this
not.
Stuff up, or maybe you can, and they do. Because in 1977, they also made a movie called Capricorn 1. And this movie is about a fake mission to Mars.
So you guys, if you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It's so good.
But just before launch, 3 astronauts are secretly pulled from their spacecraft due to a life support failure that would kill them in flight. Instead of canceling the mission, the government officials decide to fake a Mars landing in a hidden desert studio to avoid public embarrassment. The astronauts are forced to go along with the deception while the mission is broadcast to the world as if it were real.
It's hard to believe you really are that far away in space.
It's hard for me to believe it, too.
So maybe it is as the Chili Peppers say.
Because it's not true.
Space is the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. So as
Wait, what did he just say?
There's going to be people of means who are going to travel, and then there's going to be people maybe who are lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we're all going to be using Oculuses. All the poors get to travel with an Oculus.
Device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways, it's actually going to create even more distance between those two people.
Yeah, exactly. Wag the space dog. I haven't seen that recent Fly Me to the Moon. Should watch it though, because they're, I'm sure, tattling on themselves like always. Logan's Run. I haven't seen that. Heard it's good. It's always been on a list, but I never got into it.
Psychologically, and I think that we've experienced this through social media. In many ways, it's brought people closer in certain ways, but actually created this remarkable divide because it's even more visible, actually, the divide in certain ways. There's going to be people.
I really hope you guys are paying attention because this is what rich people are literally planning the future for the rest of us. While we're all going to be stuck in apartments that we'll never be able to purchase, never be able to afford, wearing Oculus for our vacation time because we can't afford a real one because we got to go to work tomorrow because we have to work 7 days a week, 3 jobs just to pay that rent and that car payment and the gasoline to put in the car that you can't
all just so we can go to work
even afford in the first place, while the rich people are jet setting all over the world, enjoying themselves and having a good time, living like kings, while the rest of us slaves live like slaves. Stay safe. Stay free.
That video came from Daily Rumble Clips, and it's very obvious they don't want us traveling with the whole carbon footprinting, energy conserving, things like that. They're just going to go ahead and say, well, put on your VR and you'll get to experience actually being at these places without putting a toll on energy, fuel, and the earth. I can definitely see something like that in the not so distant future.
Did you guys hear what's happening in Mexico and will be fully in place by June 30th, 2026, which affects 127 million people? Listen to this. And this is what people have been warning about for years, and they were called theorists. Like, there's no way they would do that. It's happening in Mexico, and it's planned to happen everywhere else, by the way. So this is why we need to say no. Mexico is mandating, remember, mandates mean nothing if you say no, that all 127 million mobile phone users register their phone numbers with biometric data, including fingerprints, iris scans, and facial recognition by June 30th, 2026. And if you don't, you will be cut off from cell service. Every single user with a SIM card must register. All phone lines, including prepaid/Amigo lines. Now, they say this is to boost security, and unauthorized or unregistered lines that's going to face suspension. But it's aiming to curb extortion. Now, I'm sure, yes, like in theory, sure, if everyone's connected to their ID on their phone, they can't be, that's like safer, like there's less crime that can happen. But is this about stopping the crime, or is it about making a digital database where anything anyone says can be tracked, traced, and monitored back to them as an individual person? And if you're in China and everything's connected and digitally connected to you, and you say something like, I don't really like what the government's doing right now, then what happens? We all know. So is this problem, reaction, solution?
That great video came from Shane Vibes, and that is exactly what they want to do. They want to be able to control, track, and trace anything you say and do. Everything will be centralized and digitalized. That's why they're also getting rid of paper money as well. They want to be able to track everything right back to you.
Since the inception of AI, a lot of jobs have gone goodbye, but more jobs might be on the Since the inception of AI, a lot of jobs have gone goodbye, but more jobs might be on the chopping block, especially manufacturing clothing jobs. There's a viral video coming out of India showing how the workers are wearing cameras on their head so their hand movements can be recorded to train AI to do their jobs. Take a look at this viral video. Look at this. Camera is recording all of their hand movements so we can replicate them for AI to do exactly what they're doing right now in these jobs.
Dude, robots could never.
This should scare the living hell out of everyone that is in manufacturing and everyone that has a position like this. And anyone thinking that their job is secured in the future, think again. Just because you're not seeing this happen in your neck of the woods doesn't mean it's not happening overseas and then going to be brought over here to the United States. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments. And as always, I'd love to hear from you. So don't sleep on this video or take it for granted. Just because you're not seeing this sort of thing happen in your neck of the woods, it's happening overseas behind your back and will end up sitting at your doorstep very soon.
That video came from the Jody69, and he's very right. It's going to come to a doorstep everywhere, just like what we're seeing in Mexico will also take place everywhere else. We are already doing that already here in the United States and other countries, training AI to replace us. When we talk and communicate to these watered down AI chatbots that the public is given, we don't realize it, but we're helping the companies improve them. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
I know. Who are the fucking
11
bots?
days.
Whoops. Who are the bots even making shit for if we're all gone? None of the system makes sense. It's so funny. They just want us to die. I don't know this creator, but I want to check this video out. Wait, where'd it go? They want to live forever in the black cube. Do you guys know this person?
I'll tell you a secret.
something they don't teach you in your
simulated
temple.
Leviathan.
The gods envy us. They envy us because we are mortal, because every moment could be our last. Everything is more beautiful because we are doomed. And you will never be more lovely. I can't remember the rest of the quote. This will become more relevant later on in the video, right? And also, later on, this video might mess up with your head a bit. It's one of those ones, okay?
Bots are gonna kill all humans and bring back disco. Honestly, not so bad. Yeah, AI should know how to sew already, fucking clankers.
The year is 1990. You probably weren't born yet. I wasn't born in 1990. But bear with me. You're watching Star Trek. Jean-Luc Picard, the captain of the ship, is captured by the Borg. But they do not imprison him. They do not kill him. Later on, he turns up and addresses his crew. He says, "I am Locutus of Borg. Resistance is futile." So who are the Borg? Well, the Borg are a transhuman race in the future that have integrated their minds with machines, willingly or not. They have lost all sense of self. There is no self. There is no sovereignty within the Borg. You have become the hive mind. Your mind is integrated with others. You are not lonely anymore because there is no loneliness. You are part of the Borg. There is no conflict amongst Borg members because you are all one hive mind. They have reached some kind of like globalist omega point. They are also immortal because even if your body dies and you are destroyed, your memories, your knowledge continues within the Borg hive mind. They also fly around in a giant black cube. Yeah, they fly around in a giant black cube. Now, it would be crazy, right? It would be insane if there was groups of powerful individuals today that believe that we should integrate our minds with machines in order to live forever. But not only that, potentially integrate our minds into a hive mind so we all become one. That would be insane, right? But it would be even more crazy if these ideas came from ancient mystic belief systems that also contained symbolism similar to a black cube. And it would be crazy if they used this symbolism today. That would be insane, right? So to begin with, we have to talk about Adolf Hitler's favorite painting. Yes, we're going to talk about Hitler's favorite painting. Bear with me, okay? The Isle of the Dead. Now, this painting was very popular in the 1930s, especially within Germany. People would have this hanging up in their homes, which is very strange because it's such a dark painting. But what does this painting represent? Well, I don't really like explaining paintings to people. I like to leave that to your interpretation. But at the time, especially to someone like Adolf, this painting kind of represented the transportation to the afterlife. See, the Isle represents the stillness of the afterlife or death. And as you can see, the figure is being transported or ferried over to the Isle. But what's important about this painting is when you look at the figure, the white figure being transported towards the afterlife, the figure is not reluctantly being dragged there. It's not in chains. It's not looking back.
That's more what I'm feeling like. I keep thinking like, what are all these data centers for? They're already like, they already have so much data on all of us in the fucking data centers they have. They're like fucking 100xing the amount of data centers they have. What are they doing? But I think it's what Forbidden Merch is saying. Maybe they want to insert us into data centers like they did to Scully in the first X-Files movie. Yeah, they're making like our digital twins, and they're plugging them all into the fucking data center servers.
The figure is looking forward and is embracing death.
Because what is all this computer power for? We aren't even allowed to have personal computers anymore because they're taking up all the fucking computer parts.
Destiny, embracing the afterlife, embracing death. And that's kind of beautiful to me in a way. Even though it's kind of scary, it's beautiful. This acceptance of death. And you can see it echoes some kind of Greek mythology in some way or another, right? You can think of Charon or Charon, the transporter over the river Styx into the afterlife, right? And the antithesis of this, the absolute opposite of this embracing of death, would be Kronos. So within Greek mythology, you have the god Kronos. Now Kronos succeeded his father, Uranus, and he feared that the same thing would happen to him. In fact, he was told this would happen. His children would take over power, and he would lose his power. He was not happy about this. So what did he do?
Bro, that's just literally life cycles. I'm sorry, get over yourself.
He devoured his children. He ate
I
his
love that his Guy Fieri shirt is brand new too. It's still got all the creases in it. He just bought it.
children to stop this natural cycle, because that's what it is. Old people die and their children continue on living. That's the natural cycle of life. And he did not want to embrace this fate. But, of course, the plan backfired. He
No,
puked
dude, not my anus. Your anus.
up his children, and then Zeus became the new top dog. And the cycle continued. Now, as you can tell, Kronos wanted to freeze time. He did not want the natural cycle. You could almost say he did not want to die. He wanted to remain in power forever. This is kind of like the boomer mindset. Would you not agree? This is the boomer mindset. We've got all these 80-year-old boomers that still want to hold on to power, and they still want to hold on to their wealth and fame. Anyway, that's kind of a critique of boomers. But when you look at this, you can see the contrast between the Isle of the Dead.
Yeah, dude, Yoki, this is why I think that computers are literally just stolen. It's stolen valor from how humans work. And humans are how the earth works. Like, we are flesh computers. The earth is a big rock computer. Computers are just copying basically us. But you said, I found it's interesting, tech terminology is being used to reference human thought and capability, like getting a download if you have enough bandwidth to do something. I mean, so much of our action words and stuff are about us, like, being electric beings and stuff, like sparks of inspiration, you know, like, we are computers, bro. And then, like, actual desktop computers are basically just stealing how the human body works, I think.
This acceptance of fate, the acceptance of death, the afterlife, whereas Kronos would not accept this. Now, here's where things get a little strange, because Kronos, or Cronus, is represented by the planet Saturn. You know Saturn? Saturn is the planet with the rings around it. Now, these rings around Saturn's orbit, they used to be moons, but they've been crushed, and now they are rings. And Saturn is slowly consuming these rings. It is slowly consuming these moons into its gravitational pull. So you could say Saturn is eating its children. But it gets even stranger, because on the North Pole of Saturn,
computer, make all these flesh computers into real computers. Gay computers. You've been programmed.
A hexagon shape appears. The six-sided shape of the hexagon. And you could say, if you put a cube at a certain angle, it appears as a hexagon, a six-sided hexagon. Can you see this? So that's a bit weird. But also, Kronos is not the only god that is represented by Saturn. And it's not the only religion that uses the six-sided shape of the hexagon. Now, the black cube and the hexagon shape can be found in Jewish mystic traditions. The Kabbalah, yes, of course. You'll find Hasidic Jews with little black cubes on their head containing little pieces of the Torah. And also you'll find the hexagon shape is in the Star of David. Yes, this six-pointed star also contains the six-sided shape of the hexagon. Now, what's really interesting about the Star of David is it has no link to King David whatsoever, really. Like, okay, some esoteric scholars might tell you otherwise, but in general, this is a Kabbalic symbol. And originally this was called the Seal of Solomon. Now, the original Seal of Solomon looked different to this, but in medieval times, this became the Seal of Solomon. And it's all a bit strange that you would use the Star of David or the Seal of Solomon as your symbol, because Solomon began worshipping Saturn, or entities that were represented by Saturn, like Baal. So that's a bit weird. But anyway.
Bro knows ball, bro.
Now we have to talk about the Jewish mystic idea of tikkun, or Ein Sof. Now, you might be wondering where I'm going with this one, but trust me, it all comes together in the end. The idea is simple. Everything was Ein Sof. Everything was God. We were a giant God blob entity. But God broke up a part of himself to create this physical universe that we are living in now. So this
bro's cooking.
Universe, our physical reality, is a broken up version of God. A fractured version of God. And that is our responsibility to unify and repair, to coom this universe together. Because each person alive today contains the essence or divine spark of God within us, and that we must unify ourselves together into one hive mind entity almost, and repair and bring back Ein Sof, unity, infinite. Now, if you think about it, it does sound very similar to the Borg, right? It sounds very similar to the Borg hive mind. And this idea...
Except the difference is that God or source or whatever is like the admin of the collective consciousness. Peter Thiel wants to be the admin of the Borg. So it's Peter Thiel gets to be God.
Comes from Lurianic Kabbalah. But Lurianic Kabbalah has its roots in older mystic traditions and other mystic traditions that arose around the same time. Gnosticism, Hermeticism, they all have this similar idea of the divine spark and unification. Usually this unification is after death. We go back to source code after death. That's kind of the concept. We unify with God once we die. Now, these mystic belief systems have been...
I mean, dude, too, that's the thing with, like, mushrooms to me are very computer-like. Like, kind of all of this shit reminds me mostly of computers. Or, you know, computers remind me... I think computers are more like a structured version of the way the universe works. But yeah, it kind of does give simulation theory a little credibility, you know. Everything's already pre-built, like computer terminology. It all kind of makes sense.
Adopted or even hijacked by more modern techno-spiritual belief systems like transhumanism or even techno-Gnosticism, right? And they believe through the acceleration of technology that we could become like God in a way, living forever, immortal. But there's a big problem with this. This is where the video gets interesting.
He's like, there's a big problem with this. The rich people don't want to bring the poors.
Right? I'm sorry if it's been boring so far, but this is where we get into the funky ideas, okay? First of all, I want you to realize that if you connect your mind to a machine, or if you upload your consciousness to a black cube, by the way, all the super advanced computers, they are shaped like a black cube. Yeah, that's, of course they are, of course they are. Now, if you upload your mind to a black cube, you will not be content in staying within that black cube, would you? That would get very boring very quickly. You would want to connect that black cube to other people's black cubes, or to the internet or something like this. And then everyone will connect their minds to each other. And this will always result in their minds connecting together or morphing together into one hive mind, one way or another. So what you can say is, this idea of
the GameCube logo?
Living forever within a machine, it always results in the hive mind. It always results in the Borg. No individuality, nothing like this. You are just one blob entity. Ein Soft, you are unity. So that's interesting in itself. But imagine this. Imagine if we achieved this. We achieved immortality within a computer, within a black cube. Life would become very boring, very fast. Life without rest and...
They're like, yeah, so we got to start raping children and eating them. Life's boring in here otherwise.
Purpose becomes very boring, very fast. And like I said at the start of this video, the gods are jealous of us because we are mortal. Because our life is doomed, it makes it beautiful, right? We would become like wandering Jews. Do you know the folklore story of the wandering Jew? Okay, so there's a story about a Jew mocking Jesus, and then Jesus curses him with immortality until the second coming. And this Jew just wanders the world. He watches civilizations rise and fall, but he himself has no purpose in life. He just lives to wander. Immortality sucks. Maybe I should have used a better example. I should have stuck to Greek mythology. Tithonus. Tithonus was granted immortality by Zeus, but he forgot to ask for eternal youth. So he just became like this bag of old bones just living there forever, which kind of sucks as well. And in a way, that's more relatable to this story, because if we are immortal within...
Yeah, the theory is definitely in line with Luciferian energy unification with source through force, not free will. Yeah, that's what the battle is, right? Peter Thiel's whole Antichrist thing is like Borg, basically. It's collective consciousness through forced technology implementation, like Neuralink and all this other bullshit, and the programming that they do to us. But they're just replicating what we do naturally, which they've spent the last 400 years destroying, which is our, like, built-in collective consciousness.
The cube, we may as well just be a bag of bones. We are locked in our own minds in some way, right?
This guy's channel name is Simulated Leviathan.
Would suck. So, what would you do if you were locked in a black cube forever? You would want to relive the good old days when you were mortal. You would want to relive or recreate a reality where you are able to live as a mortal person, live and die, the natural cycle of life, like Saturn teaches us. That is what we should do. Now, this is where things get weird, right? Because I want you to imagine this. Imagine that this reality, this universe that we are living in now, is a simulated reality. It's a simulation created by a previous universe that achieved the hive mind. It achieved Ein Sof. It achieved immortality within the cube, and it regrets its decision. So it has decided to simulate a new reality in order to relive mortality again. And that is the universe that we are living in right now. Okay? Now, this gets very strange because, of course, what I'm talking about now is simulations.
Now, like, step that up exponentially. That's probably where we actually are.
Theory, right? But simulation theory is actually an evolution of Gnosticism. And within the Gnostic belief system, they believe that this is a false reality.
I don't actually subscribe to everything as a computer simulation theory, though. I think that it's way cooler. I think that we're biological computers, which I think is way fucking cooler than, you know, metal computers. But I think it's a weird hybrid of consciousness is like somehow, I don't know, it's this weird technology that we're probably always trying to create. We're probably like, you know, the infinity iteration of this meat flesh computer build. But I do think about, like, I don't think that there's that much of a difference though between us, like, flesh computers and actual computers and the simulation and shit. Like, they are simulating our reality in the sense that they, like, program us with words and thoughts, and then we run the program for them. Like, it's really not that different from the way computers work. It's a really great way, I think, to understand how all of this shit works. But that doesn't mean, to me, I don't think that it means, like, we're all plugged into a fucking jack, you know, like the Matrix. I think it's more like the Matrix and the control is built in through the illusions, the magic, the magicianship, the programming of thoughts and words, and what we see on the television, the way we're all made to police each other, all that kind of shit, right? Like, we're just running our program. We do that every day. We run our little loops. Like, that's why Westworld is so good. It's like the life of the human and the life of the bot at Westworld are really undifferentiated. They're the same. And only a few people get to have free will and use it. Everyone else is in their fucking loop, in their programming, not allowed to break out. But, because, yeah, I think that I think the simulation theory is a little doomery. I think that the stakes are real. Everything's real here. But it's very useful to think about it as, like, computer programming, because it works the same.
Reality that we are living in, that was created by the false god, the demiurge. The demiurge created this reality. Now, I want you to think about the demiurge not as a false god, but as the hive mind of a previous universe that regretted its decision. Okay? Now, it gets even stranger when you realize within the Gnostic belief system, usually the demiurge is represented by Saturn, and that we are living in a material matrix or a Saturn matrix. Yo. And when you consider within more modern-day esoteric thoughts of Gnosticism, the black cube usually represents the soul trap that we are locked in, that we are locked within this physical reality, unable to escape into another realm, like a spiritual realm. We are locked within the machine, the cube. You could consider it like that. Think about it. Today, with computers, we are able to simulate realities, right? Think about video games. Video games are like a simulated reality, and we are locked within a video game. We are like Mario, unable to escape the game. That's kind of the idea. Now, of course, this is just a load of bullshit. I'm just having fun with you guys. But it is strange to think that we now have the technology now, which kind of reflects the ideas of these 2,000-year-old traditions that very prominent people still believe today.
Jeffrey
Now, of course, we
Epstein.
cannot talk about Saturn-worshipping transhumanists without talking about Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein was heavily invested in life extension through machines, and heavily invested in the idea of connecting our minds to machines in order to live forever. For example, the Epstein Foundation allegedly partially funded Peter.
Yeah, I feel like rather than simulation stuff, it is more like a dream almost. But I think that it's cool to think about it as a dream, because I think once we all understand it like that, we can use our brains to change the dream, hopefully. Demiurge is dreaming us potentially. Yeah, we gotta take the reins back on that bitch. I think it's pretty clear that the comic series The Sandman was one of those telling on themselves to avoid karmic retribution type grift. The Lord of Dreams runs this shit and beefs with Lucifer. Probably.
Thiel's life extension projects. That's interesting. He was also well connected to prominent transhumanists around the world, including probably the #1 guy, Ray.
Okay, Frog Gnostic said the demiurge is our ego, the monad is the observer. Love the demiurge. The more we hate him, the more we fail to integrate the shadow. All right, I got you.
Kurzweil.
We love our haters. Mushka, leave that fucking boy alone.
The guy that popularized the idea of the singularity, that one day
I gotta go beat her ass, hold on.
We will reach a singularity point where we connect our minds to machines. Now this raises the question, why was Jeffrey Epstein so invested and interested in the idea of life extension, or potentially even living forever within machines? Why did he want to do this? Well, let me ask you this. What sort of person wants to live forever in this physical reality? I would say it's someone that believes they're going to hell. Yeah, I like to think of it that way, right? If you think you're going to hell, you do not want to die, right? And if I was Jeffrey Epstein, I would be concerned about this prospect of the afterlife myself. Wouldn't you?
Mushka always giving my little kiddo guy a hard time. He's just under the couch being a sweet boy.
Wouldn't want to die.
Looking for pets.
So that's a fun way of thinking about it. But also, he was a worshipper of Saturn, because people that worship Saturn do not want to die. Now,
Paul de Bayoth be busy. Yeah, dude, it is Paul de Bayoth. The demiurge is Paul de Bayoth. Cuck.
Was he literally worshipping?
Hey, boys, like the stream if you like in the stream. No pressure. We got 83 doggy dogs in here. What up, guys? We got 8 on Twitch. That's 92 dogs. Let's go. Hot dog.
Saturn? You can think of it that way if you want, but I want you to also think of it in a metaphoric sense, because Saturn represents the god of this world, of this physical reality, the demiurge of this reality. And he was a worshipper of the world, certainly, right? He wanted to live forever in this reality, in this physical realm. He wanted money, power, women, other things, I guess. He wanted all of that now, right? So his god was the god of this world, not the next. You see what I'm saying? But of course, this didn't work out for old Jeffrey, because now he is dead, potentially. Actually, is he really dead? He's probably still alive on some island, continuing these pursuits somewhere. Who knows, right? But I want you to think of it like this. Jeffrey Epstein was actually a part of a cult of Kronos. Because there is a group of people, it's not just Jeffrey, there's a group of people today that wish to extend their life and maintain their power for as long as possible. They want to do what Kronos could not achieve. And they are willing to eat their own children in order to do so. Now, am I still being metaphoric? I am not. I am not. But that's a deep dive for another day. You can look into the Epstein files yourself. There's some funky stuff there. Now, you yourself might be excited by the prospect of connecting your mind to a machine, or maybe living forever within a...
Fuck no. Dude, especially some fucking invasive procedure, brain surgery? No. With one of Elon Musk's companies? Kill yourself.
Machine, or even becoming some kind of transhuman race in the future. You might be excited by this prospect. I understand, maybe you don't believe in an afterlife and this physical reality is all there is to you. And that's perfectly acceptable. But let me tell you something, okay? This technology will not be for you or me, okay? This technology is for the cult of Kronos to maintain power. Do you think they're going to give this kind of technology to everyone? They will not. They already believe that there's too many people on this earth. Why would they want to extend everyone's lives? They will not want to do this. You understand? This is for them, not for us. So that's something I just want you to make a note of, okay, if you're really excited by these ideas. This is not open source transhumanism, okay? This is closed source.
I like this guy. Simulated Leviathan.
Now, I realize I just threw a lot of shit at you. There's a lot to take in this video, potentially. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to be clever with this video a little bit. There's a few esoteric elements you have to read between the lines, but I'm not a very clever person, so maybe it doesn't come across that way. You can think of it like this. I'm going to summarize it one more time for you. There is a cult of Kronos today. They wish to maintain their power forever.
Speaking of being on the same brain waves, though, there have been countless times where you read the same comment I was reading in the same time, both live, and when I'm rewatching. That's funny. Dude, there's so many times where I'll like think of something like a funny joke about whatever we're watching or whatever, and one of you guys will literally comment it at the same time. We definitely be on the same wavelength in here.
They wish to live forever. They don't mind eating their own children if they have to. And finally, they use the hexagon shape and the black cube as their symbols, right? And once you start noticing the black cube and hexagon shape, you'll start noticing it everywhere. For example, the largest asset manager in the world, the largest company in the world, BlackRock, they use the black cube symbol, and they're called BlackRock. Now, is this kind of like schizophrenic pattern recognition that we should ignore? Potentially. But it's all
what about Black Cuck?
Bit of fun. We're having fun here, right? Isn't this a lot of fun? And yeah, I don't know, right? We're having fun. I had fun anyway. This reminds me of when I had 300 subscribers and I could just throw out shit videos and I didn't care about it. This was the good old days. I enjoyed this, right? And I'm going to give you...
You can still do it, buddy. You got 45,000 subbies. Let's go.
One extra Easter egg. Little extra Easter egg for you. I kept using the word hive mind, right? To represent unifying our brains with machines. When you think of a hive, you can think of a beehive. And what does a beehive have? Yes, it has the hexagon shape all over it. So that's a little extra fun element. We're all having fun.
Hive mind equals the Borg, though? Well, are you talking about, like, the normal collective consciousness? Because I feel like when we naturally do it, it's less of, like... And I think that it's, like, where... we all kind of understand to know what's true and that kind of shit without like it being said, or, you know, I think that the collective is less like hive mindy. They want a hive mind. They want like worker bees. I think that that's why like the Mormon symbol is like the beehive with the bees all over it. They want a little colony of ants that they can type in their stupid little computer and dish out all of our little orders to go do, and it goes into our fucking, you know, the Neuralink in our brain, and we go, oh, I gotta go transport something for the government. They don't need to convince us to do anything. They just tell us and force us to do it. But yeah, I think it's like emulating what we do naturally, but they're doing it in a fascist way. Right? Yeah, I think we used to be way more telepathic. None of us trust our bodies or like our intuition, and none of us, like, nothing is ever quiet enough for us to use our telepathy, I think. Because I think it's like a subtle force type of thing. Like, you got to be able to hear the way the wind is rustling, the way people are walking. You can't hear that with all these fucking planes and all this noise and all this bullshit all the time. All this medication and all this, you know, poison food. It dulls the senses, dulls our abilities. Dude, I literally can't get rid of this like shitty cough thing. These chemtrails be going too hard. Yeah, the Mormon church seems to be created to enslave women. Just a thought. You might be onto something, bro. The Vatican has bee imagery all around the Vatican too. Hive mind connectivity is real for good and bad. Yeah. Yeah, we all used to be super autistic and not even have to talk, just telepath back and forth. And yeah, they definitely try to create noise in our lives to disrupt our spiritual needs. Farting cars, ripping up and down in the fucking street at all hours. Yep. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth have the hum. Yeah. Yeah, it's just I don't have like the cold thing anymore. It's just like I got, you know, all the shit in my lungs when I got sick and I can't get it out. It's probably just cuz I've been breathing in fucking little tiny aluminum knives in the air from the chemtrails and it's cutting my lungs to pieces or something. Oil of oregano, steam in. Breathe it in, eat some raw garlic. Okay. Oh, you wanted to say the Houston guy narrating the Artemis landing called the moon our celestial neighbor? That's totes a Mormon. Tell they love the word celestial. Yeah, celestial body. Bro, I'm serious. There's no way that NASA contracts with so many Mormon companies and it's not like fucking overrun with Mormons. NASA's so Mormon, bro. Just like the FBI. Convinced. I need to know how... Do they report how many Mormons are in NASA? There is no official public count of how many Mormons work for NASA. But you guys know that the O-rings that supposedly blew up the Challenger, the company that made the O-rings was who's the big Mormon fundamentalist? The polygamist guy? Warren Jeffs. It was his brother's company, and they still make O-rings to this day, and it's still run by Warren Jeffs' brother. Oh shit, what's this? Is this a video about Frazzle Drip? Is this investigating Frazzle Drip?
Many files that were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzle.
The chairman's ruling. Is this within the scope? Is this within the scope, Mr. Chair?
On top of that, there's the Anthony Weiner laptop, which I don't know if you heard this. I wrote an article about that too. 675,000 Clinton emails when they got Anthony Weiner's laptop in a search warrant because of all his sex perversion issues. It was all the Clinton emails, the Clinton Foundation, her Secretary of State emails, Huma Abedin's emails, because...
Wait, Fittest Fed Earthers on a podcast live right now? Say it ain't so.
Leave us and see what side we pick. It's a test from the Heavenly Father, and I think they're being asked to do it as a way back into heaven. It could be wrong, but I mean, it's in the Bible that there is a period allowed for them to deceive us. Why would that be if it wasn't to test us? I don't know. And I think there's some sort of, you know,
bro, he got 381 people watching.
That they can't talk
Damn.
about.
That's so many, though. Look at how fast this chat's going. It's too fast. Actually, ours is pretty much on par with it.
My uncle was Buzz Aldrin's
He's got
liaison, was in the UK.
He's got bot
comment
friends.
Disappeared, but have you seen my video on Buzz Aldrin? Buzz Aldrin is 1,000% Lance Armstrong. Zero doubt. Go find that video if you haven't seen it on Buzz Aldrin being Lance Armstrong. All right, guys, I'm going to try this exit song, and I'm not going to say anymore. So if you want to stick around and hear this awesome song that I'll advertise one more time, it's on YouTube. It's called Song. It's by the YouTube page called Songs of Truth. This song was made based on the research I do, and I think it's an amazing song, and you guys should go follow this creator on YouTube. And then go check out my first episode of the podcast that I did yesterday. It's in my live section on my videos.
Dude, his background is so Florida.
My new episode probably sometime tomorrow.
Dude, he's super
and guys,
churchy.
Honestly, I'm going to say it. If you could, I know we're on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube, but if you could go follow me on Spotify, find me on Spotify, that would be awesome. And follow me and share me and link me, because I literally want to get bigger than Joe Rogan, and not for money.
We love Paul Weisopel's clone.
To find truth and find out there's a bunch of fallen angels here lying to all of us. So find me on Spotify, like, share, comment, whatever the whole thing is people do. And check me out.
I think Tyler sees me
tomorrow when I do my second episode. All right. Much love, guys. I'm going to play this song, and then when it's over, I'm going to call it a night. Have a great evening, everybody.
Panic, 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 panic. Oh, he looks mad. Is he getting mad? He's sweating, bro. I said, tell Paul I said, hi, what's up?
We worship the immortals, but we never catch the joke. They just recycle avatars behind the mirror smoke. One commands a mighty nation, arrogant and bold.
We love Tyler and Paul Weisopel. Oh, he does have a cute dog. I bet it's a clone. I said, what dog name? Okay, this song goes hard as fuck. See, Tyler, we're friends, bro. He is my buddy. His name is Tyler Weisopel. He don't believe in clones, but I sure do. Yes, I do. Ooh-wee. Barry, take that shit back. This song rules. Mormon. It's Mormon Revolution music. That dog is depressed. Oh, poor Tyler. Tyler and all. I said, did y'all sign up for Mela Luca? Oh. Let's go. Set it off, Tyler.
All right, one last time. Songs of Truth on YouTube. That's called Stars on the Pavement. It's
Why'd you
amazing.
pause it?
Thanks for joining me, guys. I'm going to call it a night. Much love, everybody.
Good night, clone brother Paul. Oh, man. Someone said, you are on the right path, brother. I love Tyler, man. Why does he always skedaddle? Where's he scooting to? He's like, oh, gotta go to dinner with my dad, Paul Weisopol. My clone donor. Oh my God, clavicular was on 60 Minutes, bro.
Great. Okay.
Why are we getting clavicular rammed down our fucking dicks, dude? I'm so sick of this shit. Crazy.
No worries. Well,
I do think we kind of made him mad. I think he saw our comments and he got a little peeved. We're just joshing with you, Tyler. We love Tyler. Just come on stream. Dude, if he came on stream, it would be so fun. He jumped off so fast, he straight up skedaddled. Yeah. Oh. Poor Tyler. Tyler had to leave because he had to finish watching our stream. He's like, oh, gotta go, guys. Gotta catch the Cat Dad stream. He's about to do 9/11. I gotta go in there and harass him.
Clavicular, thanks for chatting to me.
Why is he crying, bro? Why is Clavicular crying?
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
What do I call you?
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
That's my first question.
You could go with Clav.
Do you go by Brayden anymore?
Brayden. Oh, fucking A, brother. Yeah, who's Tyler? Raise your hand. Tyler, come on. Make yourself known. Tyler don't look so tough without a V-neck. Did who hijack my AI prompt? I didn't actually write the original prompt. It was a kind of buddy from early on, but he left with all of the cucks. But the prompt was still good.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
Why not?
I would just say that I kind of like to keep my personal identity a little bit, not necessarily private, because, you know.
Well, too bad.
Pretty much all my information is doxed out there, but it's sort of a new era in my life with all of the content I'm doing. So it doesn't even really feel like when I hear that name anymore, that it, you know, resonates almost in a way.
It's interesting.
Yeah, because he's gotten his root chakra fucking unplugged so many times by fucking Peter Thiel, he doesn't remember who the fuck he was.
You say that because the fact that your life's changed is putting it rather lightly, isn't it?
I am Tyler. I am Tyler. I am Tyler. Yeah, just like Fight Club. We are all Tyler. Is that how Tyler listens to music? Listening to it while staring you in the eyeballs? Yeah. Oh, 3-minute warning.
Different person in your personal life than the person we see streaming?
Just sort of, kind of like, you know, with all of the relevancy and just the fact that I can't even really go outside anymore without like security teams and stuff. No, it's
like, dude, this guy literally popped up in 3 months out of nowhere. Who knew about this person 5 months ago? Like, it's so obvious that he has to come from Peter Thiel. No one else could fucking ride the rails as hard as this kid is without Peter Thiel's help. Yeah, he's such a psyop. I mean, he's on 60 Minutes, bro. What the fuck?
a different lifestyle, but I'd say I'm generally the same.
60 Minutes doesn't usually fuck with us, right? I'm pretty sure we get away with watching their shit.
Same person. Just a different mission, I guess you could say.
What is your mission?
He's a Sigma alpha male bottom maxing the 33. Yo.
I think that young men are arguably living in the worst dating market that has ever existed with how bad hypergamy.
Yeah, because all these fucking whammon, dude. All these dumbass whammon and all these fucking chads, bro.
Is with, a lot of the tendencies of modern women. So I would say it's kind of my mission to not only raise awareness to this, but sort of bring about a solution instead of just the typical red pill complaining and that sort of thing.
He's like, solution, smash face with trophy, with hammer.
I knew this would happen. I'm struggling to understand exactly what you mean by any of that. What is your opinion of women?
This guy's smug face, though, also kind of bothers me.
What is my personal opinion of women? Well, I don't really think that's even relevant.
Paul had to scoot.
Relevant to the point I just made, I would say.
Nah,
that
Shaners, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. You can be mouthy. This is the mouthy place.
It's all pretty.
Yeah, he does have lip filler, right?
Statistically backed, right? So we take a look at all the stats that are released by like the online dating apps, and how the bottom 80% of women are going for the top.
He said bottom
20% of the profiles on there. So even that's enough to kind of justify that hypergamy is a real thing, and that there is something going on that's horribly wrong with society.
What's hypergamy again?
What do you think that is?
Well, it's like I just said, it's female hypergamy.
Like, dude, 60 Minutes putting this kid on TV is crazy. Why? This is so psyop city.
To the uninitiated, and let's be honest, probably the rather confused among us, can you explain to me what looks maxing is for you and what it does?
Yeah, he's lips maxing for Peter Thiel.
For you.
Looks maxing is just another form of self-improvement that is a little bit more holistic, I guess you could say, than the traditional self-improvement that was usually just...
Yeah, he got DSL for sure.
Physical fitness, and, athletic activities, whatever.
Yeah, this dude is making sure that Gen Z does not have children.
Sort of was in the mainstream in, the early 2000s, 2010s.
Oh, shit. It's fucking 9/11. Yeah. Happy 9/11, boys.
You typically...
Here, let's finally watch our jump scare video. Imagine it was the same song that Tyler was playing. Do you think poor Tyler's crying to Paul right now? He's like, he came in my live stream, uncle. No, he's talking to Kathy. He's like, they came in and they said that my dad was in a cave with Elvis. Grandma.
World's a theater when we're all on cue. Directors in the dark deciding what's true. Flat earth theories hidden in plain sight.
Nancy, come along.
Celebrities, clones in a Hollywood plot. Lead bloodlines tying up the knot. Viruses engineered in labs unseen.
This is like praise music, dude.
Echoes of doubt in the silence of night. Question the narrative, ignite the fight. Break through the veil, expose the charade. Reality's a game they've overplayed. It's a fake facade.
Dude, this is great. Is this Blink 182, dude? Damn, Spartan fan hit a 10-day streak, 10-stream streak. Let's go. Oh, poor Anne Hesh. R.I.P. Bro, Ellen DeGeneres looks more goblin-like every day. Fuck yeah, dude. That was super worth it. Dude, it sounds like Tom Sandoval's band. Yeah, Tom Sandoval and the Most Extras presents Jeffrey Epstein song.
You see on forums a lot about bodybuilding, but now it's evolved a little bit further from that, and people are taking mind the face, you know, so that's one of the most important distinctions.
What lengths?
I'm sorry, but Clavicular is not really that cute, I don't think. He also seems really short.
Are you going to?
Like, is he really the best spokesperson for this shit? Bro, don't say it was My Chemical Romance. Come on. MCR is way cooler than that.
What lengths have I gone to? Well, I mean, I'd say I've pretty much tried it all. I haven't had plastic surgery, but
let's talk about the meth.
It's just about everything else in terms of biohacking, right? So you can really do a lot for your looks with simple pharmaceutical intervention, right? So stuff like TRT, you know, stuff like taking an aromatase inhibitor so that your growth plates stay open longer.
Dude, this kid is so lame.
All these sort of things, if done properly at certain parts.
This is so transhumanist agenda. Peter Thiel. I bet Brian, what's his name? Brian Johnson. Bro, this is probably one of Brian Johnson's clones. This is probably Brian Johnson's son.
Your life, you know, specifically during
Braden Johnson.
During puberty. You really can sort of overcome a lot of your genetic limits.
Yeah, he's an average frat guy. Meth maxing, that's what he'd be doing. He would, dude, the hottest he has been is those videos of him hanging out with Whoa Vicky. Have you seen those? It's the only time that he's been likable. Ooh, Board of Peace.
The Strait of Hormuz starting Monday morning at 10 a.m. Peace talks with Iran have just collapsed, and Israel is bombing Lebanon village by village with a stated goal of demolishing every town along the border. And yesterday, Apple seemed to have removed the names of nearly every town and village in Lebanon from its maps. Meanwhile, Google and every other mapping service still shows them normally. So while the video I was going to make tonight was going to be about Trump's Board of Peace and breaking all of that down, I've decided to pivot a little bit because all of these things have to do with one another. And once you see how, I think the news is going to stop looking like a bunch of separate crises and start looking like one story. One very complete, very scary, albeit story. We've all heard of Trump's Board of Peace. You probably know the basic pitch. So Trump set up an international body to oversee Gaza's reconstruction after the war, and the UN endorsed it, and 26 countries signed on, and on paper, it looked like diplomacy. But this Board of Peace, as I've been investigating it, has a lot more going on than what meets the eye. So here's what I want you to hold on to from the beginning of this, okay? Gaza is not the goal of this Board of Peace. Gaza is where the board was built, and Gaza is the crisis that made it politically possible to build something like this in the first place. But the reconstruction of Gaza in any form, whether it becomes a rebuilt city or a techno...
I said more like Board of Peace, am I right? B-O-R-E-D.
Riviera or nothing at all is not really the point. Gaza is but one node in a much, much larger map. And while Donald Trump may be the head chair of this Board of Peace, he is not the man at the center of it. It's a billionaire named Larry Ellison. Let me walk you through how I got here. In January of 2026, the UN Security Council voted to endorse a new international...
Yeah, Clav looks like a Patrick Bateman serial killer. He looks like Teddy from Westworld.
body called the Board of Peace. And they were told this was going to be a multilateral oversight mechanism for Gaza's reconstruction, chaired by Trump, signed onto by 26 other countries, and designed to administer humanitarian aid to support Gaza's eventual transition back to Palestinian governance. I mean, this is what every major outlet reported, and this is what the Security Council thought that they were endorsing. But here's the thing. They voted on the concept before the actual charter was public knowledge, which means that they endorsed the idea of the board before anyone outside of a very small circle had seen the actual rules. And the procedural question of how the UN ended up endorsing a document that they had not read is its own scandal, and one I'll come back to in another video. But for tonight, what matters is what happened when the charter finally did surface, because two things became very clear. The first is that the charter names Donald Trump personally, not as the President of the United States, but Donald Trump, the private citizen, as the lifetime chairman, which means when he leaves the White House in January of 2029, he keeps the chair. And the rules that prevent a sitting president from profiting from foreign governments stops applying the moment that he leaves office. In fact, JP Morgan is currently in negotiations to set up a private account for this organization accessible by Trump personally. And countries, if they want to have a permanent seat at this table, have to pay $1 billion to the Board of Peace. So essentially, Trump personally, for life, gets control of a multi-billion-dollar international organization with no auditing, no oversight, long after he leaves the White House. Now, this is why I don't buy into the idea that he's never leaving the White House. I don't think he has any interest in staying in the White House past 2029. Because think about it, what's waiting for him on the other side is being the emperor of the Middle East. Now, the second thing that has become clear is Gaza's role in this board, or more accurately, its absence from it. While the board was pitched as a Gaza reconstruction plan, the charter does not...
Jared Kushner made a business plan for it, and they're calling it New Gaza.
Mention Gaza. The word does not appear in the document one time. Instead, and this is really important, the charter gives the board authority to operate.
That's probably how that's how New York was made. They came here, burned the shit down, took it over, and then said, oh, now it's called New York, bitch. We got your buildings.
And I quote, in any region affected or threatened by conflict, which means anywhere in the world with no geographic limit. Now that is what you call a blank check of power. I mean, think about it. That means any territory currently at war, or any territory recovering from a war, or any territory that someone in power decides is threatened by a war can just be pulled under the Board of Peace's jurisdiction. So the question is why? Like, why would they remove the word Gaza from a document that the entire world was told was about Gaza? Like, why build a vehicle with no geographic limits when the stated mission was just one specific place? So the executive board has 9 voting members. The January 16th White House announcement, though, named 7, which means that 2 names were concealed and only surfaced 10 days later through leaked documents obtained by Dropsite News. Tonight, I want to focus on the names that connect directly to this news that is breaking right now. And first up is none other than Jared Kushner. See, Kushner is the most connected figure on this board. He is not just Trump's son-in-law, and he's not just the architect of the Abraham Accords. See, he is the bridge between 3 separate networks that converge on this Board of Peace, and you need to see all 3.
Dude, honestly, from the couple clips I saw, all of the people bitching about Justin Bieber's performance, I saw a couple clips. I kind of dug it. I thought it was kind of awesome. It was very personable. It was pretty funny. And dude, I bet all of his fans kind of loved it because it probably felt like them just hanging out with him, right? I'm a stream liker. Are you? It's 9:24. Do you know where your like on the stream is? But yeah, I thought it was kind of funny that he was just kind of singing along, dancing to his YouTube videos. And then showing clips, his meme clips and stuff. That's pretty funny.
In order to understand why he matters so greatly. The first network is Gulf Sovereign
Having internet issues. I mean, he's just like one of us, guys.
Wealth. Because what?
And it is kind of that is how he was discovered, so it does kind of make sense. I don't know, it's kind of cute. Free Justin.
One day after Kushner left the White House in 2021, I'm not kidding, one day, he launched a private investment fund called Affinity Partners. And within months, Saudi Arabia's public investment fund invested over $2 billion in it.
He got $10 million for it. I mean, he needed that bag. He's probably hurting for cash. He's like, I'm not paying any choreographers. I'm not paying any dancers. Fuck a band. I got YouTube Premium, bitch.
Despite their own financial advisors rating the fund as unsatisfactory in all aspects.
And it's also, I bet, because he's trying to, he streams on Twitch. I think he's just trying to drive people to his Twitch.
And it's largely because that money was not a bet on Kushner's investment skill sets. It was a bet on what he would be able to do the next time his family was in power. And what do you know, the UAE and Qatar followed closely behind. And a Senate Finance Committee investigation led by Senator Ron Wyden later concluded that the fund is likely part of a compensation scheme involving U.S. political figures designed to circumvent foreign agent registration laws. Now Kushner sits on the Board of Peace negotiating the future of Gaza, while the government's funding his private firm sit across the table from him as member states. And the second network he's connected to is the Israeli Business Network, and this is where the actual reconstruction plans come from. You know, the Mediterranean Riviera concept and the $50 billion coastline development that Kushner brought to Davos? Yeah, all of that was designed by an Israeli billionaire named Yakir Gabay. And Gabay has been a close personal friend of Kushner's for over a decade, and he began drafting the plan within days of October 7th, by the way. Oh, and he's also an executive.
Yeah, I know. I need to get on some stickers. I got to get on the fucking Infinite Summer barbecue shirts too. Block party.
On the Board of Peace. So, which brings us to the third network.
But yeah, Lori, you gonna deck out? You gonna put racing stripes on your new cane? Hell yeah.
That no one is really talking about when it comes to the Kushners, and it's the one that matters most. You see, Kushner's relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu is not a political alliance that started when Jared became a White House advisor. Oh no, it is a multi-decade family patronage relationship that predates Trump's entire political career. When Netanyahu would visit New Jersey in the 1990s, before his first term as Israeli prime minister, he stayed at the Kushner family home in Livingston and slept in Jared Kushner's childhood bedroom. And Jared, a mere teenager at the time, would then move into the basement for the night whenever Benjamin Netanyahu would come and stay in his, what I can only assume is a race car bed. Why was Benjamin Netanyahu in Jared Kushner's childhood bedroom? Because Charles Kushner, Jared's father, was paying Benjamin Netanyahu hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking fees. See, that fun fact surfaced publicly when Charles's brother, Murray Kushner, sued him for misusing the family company funds, and part of the alleged misuse was the money that he paid to Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, and this is interesting. In 2007, a leaked list of millionaires that Netanyahu had compiled of his potential political donors listed Charles Kushner as a top-tier donor alongside Sheldon Adelson. Meanwhile, Donald Trump appeared on the same list in the bottom tier, rated as least likely to give money. Well, I mean, you can't give money when you're cash broke, can you? And so when you see Jared Kushner sitting on this Board of Peace negotiating for the future of Gaza, he's not just representing the Trump administration's policy. He's not even just representing his family of Trump. He's representing this multi-decade family financial and political relationship with the Prime Minister of Israel, which predates his marriage to Ivanka, predates Trump's political career, and predates any of the roles that we now associate with him. Which is why Netanyahu isn't on the Board of Peace. He doesn't need to be. He's got his angles covered. The Israeli interest on this board runs through the Kushner family's private financial network through a relationship that started in a New Jersey bedroom in the 1990s and has never ended. I was finishing research for a different video tonight when...
Hell yeah. Okay, here. This is the only time Clavicular has been likable.
Yeah.
Do I look thick?
me?
I'm just saying.
Well, why would you ask me? Like what?
He can smile.
Okay, well.
Look at the boats.
Wait.
Yeah.
Do I look thick?
At one point, he goes, "Wow, Vicky, I wish that I met you 5 years ago."
I was finishing research.
God damn, Vicky, I wish I met you 5 years ago.
That'll be Looks magazine.
God damn, Vicky.
That's a genuine laugh out of him. Poor little incel. Whoa, Vicky can change you, bro.
You could call it.
You promote what some would consider rather extreme methods, though. Can you take me through in detail what your routine is and what you've done from a young age?
Ooh, I would like a sweet treat too. Dude, I gotta go get a sweet treat, maybe from the bodega or something tonight. I might splurge and get like a Ben & Jerry's. Maybe I'll go get a late night turkey sando since I was talking about it yesterday. Dude, I want to save Clav. Yeah, Cat Dad's in love with clavicular. We can save him, dude. I just want to take everyone away from Peter Thiel and ruin Peter Thiel's life. Dude, look at clavicular. He has sad eyes. I just feel bad for him. Look at him. He's so sad, dude. This isn't a happy boy. He's like, how old is he? Can he even drink? Free Clav. We gotta love our enemies and free them from themselves. Dude, the only time he's ever not looked sad is with Whoa Vicky.
Well, my current routine, just run you through sort of a list of like my stack, my protocol. That would take
my stack. What is a stack, bro?
A little while. I mean, it's like, do you want me to send you a PDF? You know, because it's just a lot of people will ask me that question, and like I don't really think they realize like how long it would take for me to just run through a list of like 1 million pharmaceuticals. So let's just say it's a lot of biohacking. And
yeah, dude, I feel like I see the abuse of Peter Thiel flashing in his eyes as he looks into camera. He's really definitely a Thiel blood boy.
You know, just say things without specifying what they are, what they do, the risks that come with them. Because if people just come on and watch this interview and see this crazy stack of pharmaceuticals.
Oh, your girl loves the channel? Fuck yeah. And now you're here. Cool. Glad you made it. What does she watch on Instagram or something? Thanks for being here, dude.
You know, they might assume that, you know, you're crazy for one. And also if they try to replicate that without a really comprehensive knowledge on like how to
I do feel bad for him at the end of the day if Peter Thiel did sodomize him. Yeah, I know, dude. I just see all of these people they've all just been abused by Peter Thiel.
Use them properly, how to mitigate side effects, could actually do them a lot of harm.
Oh, well, let me ask you this then. Can we run through a few things? When did you start taking testosterone?
When I was 14 years old.
14 years of age.
Like, dude, Peter Thiel was experimenting on a child at 14.
What possessed me to start doing that? Well, I would say that one of the main reasons I started was a lot of people on forums and were
She watched the TikToks and Instagrams. It's funny. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. Well, we're here every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. 6 p.m. till usually like 10:30ish. But yeah.
Sort of talking about this. And just from the objective point of view that there's no reason for me to go to the gym and work out in any way other than the most efficient one, and that was with anabolic steroids. So it's sort of like a cheat code, and that's how I thought about it.
What about bone smashing? I've heard you speak about that. What does that involve?
Well, it's exactly how it sounds. I mean, you're just creating...
Dude, he looks like he just got his face rubbed in dog shit. Or like he just got the belt.
Microfractures in specific areas of your face, and the idea behind it comes from Wolff's Law, right? So when you break down a bone, it grows back stronger. So you're intentionally creating these traumas, typically on your cheekbones, your chin.
Dude, isn't this such a good metaphor for fucking little Braden's life, right? That's probably what Peter Thiel was telling him the whole time. He's like, I'm just creating little traumas in your root chakra so that you get stronger. I'm making you stronger. That's why I'm doing this to you.
Wherever, in order to grow your bones.
And
yeah, dude, exactly. Adrian, Clav is actually drag, legit. The male performance as spectacle. Yeah. He's doing drag, like, masculine macho guy. But, like, a fake version of it. This isn't actually masculine or macho. This is very insecure. Like, I don't think, to me, macho or, like, secure people are not like, yeah, not insecure like this.
Meth. I've seen you say.
But I think that they have different definitions for what they think are manly or like strong, you know.
You take meth. Do you do that for your appearance?
Not anymore. But I have previously, yeah.
Why would you do that? Why?
Stimulants suppress your appetite, and that is a stimulant with a very long half-life.
Dude, you know what this is like watching? It's like watching that one girl, Pearl, what's her name? You know who I'm talking about? She just debated with Anna Kasparian. What is her name? Is it Pearl? But she always has this, like, deer in headlights, like, I just got out of the broom closet look. Like, dude, they do be abusing these people, I think.
Meaning
yeah, the crazy one. What's her name? Pearl Davis? Is that it?
Suppression of your appetite
sounds close, but is that right?
Lasts the entire day.
Yeah, just pearly things. I guess maybe that's how I'm thinking of her. Is that her last name? Davis? Pearl Davis?
So to go back one, just to clarify, you take a blunt instrument to your face and repeatedly hit it. What does that achieve?
I'll typically use my fist.
What do you get out of that?
Stop hitting
just sounds
yourself.
like you're doing damage to yourself.
Well, I just explained it, right? So you're creating microfractures in specific parts of your face, like typically your cheekbones. And according to Wolff's Law, it'll grow back
Yeah, he's doing gender-affirming care for himself. Exactly.
stronger and bigger. So you're hypertrophying your bones.
Yeah, exactly. This is like the pro-anim trend. Yeah. Pro-anorexia shit.
You know, doctors and medical experts will listen to what you say and shake their head and go, you're crazy for doing that, and it sends a horrible message. Do you deny that?
I don't really think that they would. Like, and I really haven't seen too many people who have actually looked into my content and the specifics beyond just reporter headlines and out of context clips with people really disagreeing with my actual unironic looks maxing advice. Now, you know, obviously with me being a full-time streamer, you know, sometimes, you know, jokes are made or...
Bro, why he's so sweaty? Oh my god, how long is this fucking interview? What the fuck? Dude, they gave clavicular a straight hour? I can't do an hour of this shit.
Recreational, you know, things will be used that don't pertain to looks maxing, and that could sort of be thrown into the loop.
This is kind of fascinating, though. It is like watching a truck crash.
But in terms of like all these peptides and that kind of thing, I don't really think that many doctors would disagree. I would say that most people are coming around to taking peptides. Most people are coming around to GLP-1s, and the percentage of people who are taking them has grown rapidly.
Have you suffered any side effects from what you do?
Not really, because like I said before, if you actually, you know, do comprehensive research, you know how to mitigate these side effects.
Yeah, but 60 minutes is usually like, they have like 4 stories throughout the hour. Some stories are like 6 minutes, some are like 15. This is an hour of just him. It's probably just the like online shit. Oh, he walks out of this interview when he's asked about Andrew Tate.
It's like testosterone could cause your hair to fall out, but if you take something like dutasteride, which is a 5-AR inhibitor, then you're not.
Oh my god, this little fucking nerd.
Not going to have any issues with that in most cases.
Take the lizard serum.
I've heard you describe yourself as infertile. Is that true?
I haven't officially been tested, but
oh yeah, that's super macho, super masculine. Not being able to procreate because you take too much gender affirming care.
It's been kind of going based on my anecdotal experiences, but yes, that is extremely likely due to the fact that I've been.
But that's what I mean, dude. They're giving this dude a full hour of time. Like they're forcing this kid down everyone's fucking throat. I'm so over it. Yeah, clavicular has made pharma companies billions. Think about it in that way too, beyond just the like making everyone deranged and degenerates.
For a very long time because of my exogenous hormone usage.
Then why on earth is it worth it?
Well, first of all, that's honestly like a pretty mog side effect if you think about it. Due to the fact that it's extremely easy to restart your fertility with fertility drugs like HMG and HCG.
Mogging. What do you mean by that?
In that context, I just mean...
Dude, the interviewers drive me crazy too.
It's awesome. It's good.
Watching your content is like learning another language sometimes. You talk about ascending, mogging. Can you explain to me what that means?
Ascending is just getting better looking, so looks maxing, and mogging. I guess there's sort of a lot of context that it could be used in. Like for example, I just said it's a mog side effect, but generally has a positive meaning behind it. So you could mog someone, and you know you could height mog them. You could be taller.
Yeah, this is a language no one asked to learn.
It typically means like outshining someone in some regard.
Are you mugging me right now?
Well, in what metric?
Any?
Status mogging.
What do you mean by that?
Bro, this has to be a performance piece at this point. This is a character.
I mean, like I might be status mogging you maybe. I don't know, you're fine, like potentially
Financial
mogging,
mogging.
who's to say, right?
Say
I
money
don't
mogging?
know, but like, you know, those are different types of mogs that you could achieve on someone. It doesn't only pertain to looks, right? So there's all types of mogs.
Dude, this is like a Clockwork Orange, bro, with all the fucking invented language.
Persona and shtick is about appearance and looks, right? So would you say your looks mogging me right now?
I can't really see you, to be fair. It's kind of hard with the light. The camera's quite far away. So I'll just...
Well, you don't wanna rate this man on how hot you think he is on camera? Why? Chatty says we are doomed. Oh yeah, he's aura mogging too, Mac. Exactly, dude.
just give it to you.
He is gonna give it to him.
Really?
The clav work orange.
I can't see.
All right.
Boo, dude, come on, give him a looks max rating.
Well, how about this? If I was to come to you for advice, which you give out readily, would you say that I need to do something to myself to ascend or live a better life?
Well, the issue is you're just giga far away on a laptop screen, so I wouldn't be able to really say.
Dude, why won't he commit to this? He can't give us Timothy Max Bay. He won't give us anything, bro.
What you could do. It's just very far away. Sorry about that.
Yeah, dude, the interviewer is mogging Clav pretty easily, for sure. I don't like his smug face, though, but it is better than claviculars, for sure.
I find it fascinating talking to you. I feel like you're a very different person face to face than the persona you give out online. Do you believe half the stuff you say?
Do I believe half the stuff I say?
Repeating the question. Saving or wasting time. Yeah, he doesn't. This is all a character, dude. This is a fucking performance art piece.
What are you saying? Inauthentic?
I'm just curious that is a lot of what you
obsessed
say
with
on your videos
Gigafar
online about gaining attention more than necessarily it being what you truly believe.
Dude, Clav is a fucking trailblazer of language. Chad maxing language. Oh man, it's good.
In terms of streaming, yeah, like a lot of the activities that I do, like, you know, clubbing every day, you know, doing certain activities like that. Is that something I would do if I wasn't a content creator? No. So that part is, I guess you could say, just for virality. You know, I'm a pretty sheltered person. I, you know, like to spend time.
Okay. Hold on, let's jump to the
to
end.
myself,
I want to see him
ideally.
leave.
So all those experiences where I'm going out.
Not at all. I'm just curious.
No, that's what you want to do. Is
no.
You know you have
not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I'm not.
You want to end it and talk about.
I'm just curious. No, not at all. Shared company with Andrew Tate and other, dare I say, rather controversial figures.
Andrew Tate.
Why do you spend time with people like that?
Are you trying to? I see you want to make this political.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm just curious.
No, that's what you want to do. Is
no.
You know,
Blood Boy Max.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I'm not.
You want to end it and talk about.
I'm just curious. No, not at all. I don't care about your politics. I know you're not political. You've said that repeatedly. I'm just, when you get seen with those people, obviously people make assumptions. I'm wondering what the thought process and motivation for you is behind.
Interview. I guess you watched the Piers interview.
I did, yeah.
Too bad I didn't have time to look into, you know, anything about potentially you know, who your wife cheated with, but don't try to go down that line of questioning with me, all right? Because I'm not doing any political.
I'm not married, Clav, but I was simply only asking because obviously you've been filming with these people.
Maybe you got a look
I could teach you about looks max, and then maybe you could switch that.
Bro, he literally wanted you to earlier, 45 minutes earlier in this interview, and you wouldn't do it.
That up. But thanks.
Yeah, he's bussy maxing, bro.
Sure. Thanks for the time. Appreciate the interview. All right.
Bro, this is so staged. This is so bad.
All right. That's that done.
He's such a bad actor, bro. I'm over this. All right, hold on. I want to check out a couple minutes of this Frazzle Drip video, see if it's worth checking out at all.
They were the BlackBerry backup emails that they were supposedly just looking for everywhere very diligently. Well, guess what?
Yeah, don't step to Clav, dude.
What they did when they found them on the Wiener laptop? They got a search warrant for things that didn't include the BlackBerry backup emails. So when they told us, when he stood there and said that day, oh, you know, we've reviewed all the emails now, there's nothing there, that was a bald-faced lie. There's a lot that can be prosecuted.
Yeah, dude, he tried to Kanye on Tim Pool him. Fail. He was like smiling when he got up.
I have no doubt on that laptop. In fact, I heard that the New York police officers who saw some of it, even though they're hardened investigators, literally had to go throw up.
If you told me at any point over the last 10 years that Hillary Clinton would end up in front of the federal government being questioned about Pizzagate and Frazzle Drip, I would have called you crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, it's 2026 and that is exactly what's happening. How's it going, everyone? Welcome or welcome back. My name is Chase. If you clicked on this video, you already know what we're here to talk about, but I hope you stick around until the end because I have what I think are new connections and I have not seen anyone else talk about them. We're going to talk about the conspiracy, where it started, the people involved in all of that, but then we're going to revisit the Clintons' involvement in Haiti. Not only did I find connections to James Elefantis, the owner of Comet Ping Pong, who's at the center of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, but I also found an interesting connection linking the Clinton Foundation to Jeffrey Epstein. And that's just the beginning. It gets even weirder than that. So as usual, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and let's get into it. Anthony Weiner, or Weiner, is a former Democratic congressman from New York City who has been involved in multiple scandals throughout the course of his career. In 2011, he was exposed for sending explicit images to a 21-year-old woman over Twitter, which motivated him to resign from Congress later that same year. He was involved in another incident shortly following his return to politics in April of 2013 when he entered the race to become New York City's mayor. After more pictures of Weiner's wiener surfaced, he admitted to exchanging photographs with at least 3 women since his resignation from Congress. But now most infamously, on September 21st, 2016, the Daily Mail published a report alleging that Anthony Weiner had been exchanging explicit messages with a 15-year-old girl and that he had been carrying on a relationship with her for months. The report included pictures and screenshots of communications that allegedly took place between the two over social media and messaging platforms. Following the publication of the report, federal investigators launched an inquiry into Weiner's communications, and as part of the investigation, the FBI seized several devices belonging to Weiner and his then wife, Huma Abedin. Now, it's important to understand that Huma Abedin was incredibly close to Hillary Clinton. She was literally her right-hand assistant for decades. While she was a student at George Washington University in 1996, Abedin began working as an intern in the White House assigned under the then First Lady Hillary Clinton. In an article by Politico published in 2015 during Hillary's run for president, they write, after decades of rope lines, she started working for Clinton as a 19-year-old intern in the First Lady's office. The role of body woman comes naturally to Abedin, and her hovering presence there, a few feet away from the candidate, is what normal feels like for Clinton. So they were tight. They were extremely close for a very long time. In the same article, they even refer to Abedin as Hillary's shadow, which really emphasizes that. One of the devices the FBI seized from Weiner was his laptop. And while investigators were looking into it, speculation online began circulating about what was apparently contained on the hard drive. In 2018, about 2 years after the investigation began.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad that smartphones didn't really exist until like, well, they existed, but they weren't really popular until like I left high school.
Rumors online started circulating that investigators had found a folder on the laptop titled Life Insurance. Inside that folder was allegedly a video file titled frazzled.rip, now more commonly known as Frazzle Drip. Apparently, part of that video leaked and was making rounds on the dark web. Allegedly, the video shows 2 separate occurrences of Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin performing a satanic ritual. I'll spare you from the grisly details here, but if you are curious, it's not hard to find a very detailed summary online about what the videos apparently show. Both videos allegedly show a young girl that is used as a sacrifice. It was apparently a very long and drawn-out event, with both videos lasting several minutes each. If you've ever heard of that Batman comic where the Joker removes his face to wear it as a mask, that's pretty much the main claim here. Both videos are said to end in a very similar way. This Facebook post from a now deleted user, Marsha Holland, was used as evidence in a fact-checking article by Snopes, in which they conclude that the claim is completely false. But the post was dated April 4th, 2018, and it's currently the first documented post in reference to the conspiracy theory. Before we move on, I think now's a good time for me to jump in and just acknowledge how crazy this all sounds, and I think that's a big reason why the theory was largely forgotten about. Crazy claims require crazy evidence, of course, and when that's not present, people kind of just tend to move on and forget about it. In comparison to something like Pizzagate, Pizzagate had these long branching chains of emails and Instagram posts and symbolism, connections, all this stuff, whereas Frazzle Drip just kind of reads like a creepypasta. I'm not saying it's real or not, but it does kind of give like Jeff the Killer vibes, at least to me. Like, it does kind of read like a 13-year-old came home from 8th grade, and after a long day of being shown best score videos at the lunch table.
Bro, I honestly wouldn't really read much into it other than the fact that it's on the ADL's website and they have very elaborate claims that it's not real. Why even fucking address it?
He sat down and he said, I'm gonna write the edgiest shit that I can possibly think of, and it's gonna be so scary and so badass. And I think that's the main reason that something like Pizzagate formed almost a cult.
Bro, and then Hillary's reaction? Dude, I don't know, that kind of said it all.
Following of people who very adamantly insist that there is truth to the allegations, whereas Frazzle Drip never really formed that. You can find people online who will tell you that they stumbled across it on the dark web, and they will insist that it's real, especially if you go around certain forums and start asking about it, but it's a much smaller amount of people than Pizzagate. Anyways, an article by Your Newswire, which is now known as The People's Voice, titled Horrific Hillary Clinton Snuff Film Circulating on Dark Web, was published only a week after the Facebook post and greatly amplified the narrative. The article is written by a journalist named Baxter Dimitri, and in it he writes, the video, codenamed Frazzle Drip, has been circulating on the dark web since Monday, according to reliable sources who have viewed the material and confirmed the content is, quote, worse than any nightmare. The people who are coming back from viewing this tape are just not the same. Many people are unable to watch the video due to the horrific nature of its content, according to sources familiar with the tape. PolitiFact says that Your Newswire is a website associated with fake news and scores them as making an inaccurate statement and ridiculous claim 69% of the times. Nice. PolitiFact is regarded to be mostly reliable, but it has been criticized before for having a left-wing bias, especially when dealing with controversial claims. All right, post-game interview. I wanted to hop in real quick and just clarify a couple of things because I don't think I got what I was trying to communicate across very effectively. So first of all, fuck PolitiFact, right? I really don't care what their opinion is on anything, and that goes for all mainstream media outlets, really. I only mentioned their political bias because they're not as recognizable as like Fox News or CNN. But that said, do I think that the conclusion that they're going to draw as a left-wing bias source is going to be any different than the conclusion that a right-wing bias source would draw like Fox News? Absolutely not. I just wanted to say that because I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying Democrats are doing this and I think that the Republicans are innocent. Clearly, that's not the case. I only brought them up at all as an example of the mainstream narrative because my goal with these videos is to paint the full picture to you. So I look at the official story and then I go more into the fringe conspiracy boards. Like I said before, I actually don't think that this video is real. I'm not saying that these people are innocent by any stretch of the imagination because what is on Anthony Weiner's laptop is already extremely illegal and incriminating in itself. But I don't know anything. Always do your own research and come to your own conclusions. I'll also note that you can find alleged clips of this video online pretty easily, and the clips are very disturbing, especially the sounds. The audio sounds very gruesome. Some of the clips from the video and the images look pretty real, and this could just be me talking in hindsight, but to me they look almost like a really good fake, like a really good AI video now. Of course, we the public didn't even have access to AI at this time, but I don't know, maybe it's actors, it could just be like...
Wait, did so he watched it?
It reminds me a lot of an early internet hoax, really. Doesn't convince me, but like I said, I don't know anything. I obviously don't have any insider information or anything, so your guess is as good as mine. Now, of course, it's up to you to decide how credible you think any of these sources are, but in this...
Did anyone actually see the video? I haven't watched it. I don't really want to. People who said they've watched it have told me not to. And honestly, I don't really care. I don't need that much convincing to spread information that Hillary Clinton wears children's faces. Even if it's a lie, I'll say it's real until it is real. There's no way she's made it this long without wearing a child's face, so I don't need to see it to know it's real. Even if the video's not real, she definitely did it.
Case, I actually do lean towards PolitiFact over believing Baxter Dimitri's reliable sources that he doesn't name. Even if this video is real, though, me and you are not going to live long enough to
And yeah, I agree. I think the Pizzagate stuff is real. I think it's just one piece of all this. It's not that it's all Democrats, and it's not that it's all just Republicans. It's literally all Democrats and all Republicans. But they break the story up so that it's like two sides fighting at each other instead of being like, look, they're all like this. But yeah.
See the day that that is confirmed. But what we do already know about Weiner's laptop is strange enough in itself. Upon seizing Weiner's devices, the FBI inadvertently discovered over 650,000 emails on his laptop. These communications were between Aberdeen, Hillary, the Clinton Foundation, and other government officials, and included in those communications were emails about Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server during her tenure as Secretary of State under Obama's presidency. So instead of using her official government email account, she was using her private email to send classified documents, which is obviously against protocol and illegal. Finding all this was enough for the FBI to reopen its investigation into Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation. Rumor has it that there was between 9 and 12 NYPD officers who saw Weiner's laptop, which we know contained incriminating information on Hillary Clinton and other powerful people in government. In an interview with Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith, the professor of organic chemistry at Cornell University, had this to say in regards to Weiner's laptop.
Anthony Weiner's laptop were ever released, the government would fall. Weiner's laptop had kill switches in it. I mean, it was filled with crap that wasn't supposed to be there. We never get to see it. Supposedly 9 cops watched the videos on Weiner's laptop. They had to keep leaving the room because they couldn't stand what they were seeing. And all 9 are now dead. And there's names and faces and deadness, right? They're real people. Now you can say, well, maybe they died for other reasons. I go, but it's still 9 cops. And, you know, it's like the 5 cops who died after January 6th, right? The 4 of them were suicides.
The 9 dead cops part is verifiably true. According to CNN, 9 NYPD officers died in 2019.
There are stills of it in the Epstein files? Really?
From an apparent department-wide mental health crisis. This included 3 NYPD officers who all apparently took their lives in the span of less than 10 days. And like I said, officially this was written off as a mental health crisis at the station. The weirdest part to me is that the media doesn't really acknowledge how weird this is. Could you imagine this happening at your job? Maybe you work at Best Buy, maybe you work at Walmart or the gym or something, and your coworkers just start disappearing. They're dropping like flies. 9 of them disappear, 3 in less than 10 days. And
no one
Walmart tells
anything.
you there's a mental health crisis at the store. Would you believe that? Obviously, cops work a much more stressful job than most of us do, but still, that's clearly not normal. That's absurd. Not impossible, but that's enough to make any reasonable person ask questions. And that's why you hear the theory repeated a lot of times that these 9 officers were whistleblowers, or at least some of them were going to blow the whistle on what was on Weiner's laptop, and they had to be taken out. Now, do I think that's necessarily what happened? Probably not, but it is weird enough to make you suspicious and ask more questions. And if that did happen to even just one of these officers, I think people should know about it. And a lot of other people agree, clearly, because that's why the whole conspiracy theory exists. There's just a whole bunch of weird circumstances that naturally get people curious and wondering if there's something more going on here behind the scenes. On November 2nd, 2016, True Pundit published an article about the newly discovered emails relating to Hillary the NYPD discovered on Weiner's laptop. Breaking bombshell. New York Police Department blows whistle on new Hillary emails. In the article, they have a quote that they credit to the New York Police Department chief. What's in the emails is staggering, and as a father, it turned my stomach. There's not going to be any Houdini-like escape from what we found. We have copies of everything. We will ship them to WikiLeaks, or I will personally hold my own press conference if it comes to that. Now, this isn't coming from a source that I would say seems particularly credible. Even the website seems kind of janky and low budget. The images to articles on the front page don't even load. There's just a bombardment of clickbait Facebook ads. And they also don't give a name of the New York Police Department chief that allegedly said this. In the NYPD, chief isn't a rank. It's a category that refers to a group of senior leadership positions near the top of the department's command structure. The highest uniformed position is chief of department, who oversees the daily operations of the entire force. Below that, though, are other high-ranking roles like deputy chief and assistant chief. These other chiefs typically oversee major divisions or specialized units. Well, Steve Silks was NYPD deputy chief from December 2006 until his death in June 2019. Silks had worked on the force for 39 years and was just days away from retirement when he was found in an unmarked patrol car in civilian clothes with a gunshot wound to the head. This was obviously ruled to be self-inflicted, and it was the same injury that all 9 other officers who passed that year also sustained. The official story, which has been supported by Silks' family, friends, and colleagues, was that stress was likely the main factor here. Silks lived alone with no immediate family nearby, and
dude, this fucking music is aggravating.
And his dedication to the police force was
like a distant highway.
Central part of his identity. The NYPD does have a mandatory retirement age of 63 years old, and Silks was approaching his 63rd birthday. So retirement was something that he was being forced into unwillingly, and I don't doubt the idea of a lonely man nearing the end of his life wanting to go out on his own terms, especially when there doesn't seem to be much left for him to do with his life. But in theory, retirement could also pose as a potential loose end for someone who knows too much about a certain case. He was the deputy chief, he was a very high up rank, and if that guy has incriminating information on you, and you have the resources to get rid of him, that would make sense. It would also make sense to do it near retirement because his daily oversight and interactions in the police force would be limited. He wouldn't have a lot of pull left because one foot is already out the door and the police department is already preparing to move on without him. And you would also get to frame this as a form of separation anxiety from the career that he had spent most of his life working at. Of course, this is all complete speculation and is unfounded, and officially Silks didn't even work on the Weiner case at all. But if there was some sort of conspiracy going on here, the timing is mighty convenient. Now, of course, we have to talk about Hillary's deposition.
Dude, she is fucking melting. Hillary done melted, bro. Woof.
Deposition.
Is that Buzz's girlfriend? Woof.
Because that's the main reason I'm making this video at all, right? She was questioned about Frazzle Drip and Pizzagate in front of the federal government. As we all know, regardless of if these conspiracy theories are true or...
Oh yeah, if these cops actually died, they were for sure taken out by... They were part of the Clinton body count.
Or not, this is all for show, right? Even if they are completely 100% true, no charges are ever actually going to materialize for Bill or Hillary Clinton. But the fact that these questions were asked at all has gotten a lot of people talking about these things again. And more specifically, a lot of people are talking about Hillary and her lawyers' reactions when they were being questioned.
Travis, you've seen it? You watched the whole thing? You think it's real? Yeah, I mean, I don't need that much convincing to know Hillary would do this.
Files that were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzle.
The chairman's ruling. This is way outside the scope.
And bro, her lawyer, who is Ghislaine Maxwell's friend, jumping in so fast to stop this. Ooh, I mean, they're serious about it. I mean, she's trying to laugh this off, but everybody else is a little uptight about a little Frazzle Drip tape.
Is this within the scope, Mr. Chairman?
The chairman rules that it's not within the scope.
Mr. Chairman, based on what you said in the public hearing, is this within the scope?
Some people are saying that she grabbed her face out of panic. Others are even saying that it was out of muscle memory, and I think the latter is a little bit of a ridiculous insinuation. Like, I think she can control...
Bro, she probably did. She was thinking about wearing the face. She was like... Blah. She's reenacting it. But dude, seriously, ADL, Frazzle Drip. Why? Whoa, did you guys hear that? Excuse me, sorry. What the fuck? Bro, did they take it down? They used to have a whole web page. It was the Anti-Defamation League, right? Did they take it down? They used to have a section on deep underground military bases saying why those were fake. Bro, they took it down. Ah. Not cool. But literally on the ADL website, it was like, Frazzle Drip is a completely insane conspiracy theorist where online people think that Hillary Clinton cut off a child's face, danced around a fire wearing it with Huma Abedin, and it was found on Anthony Weiner's laptop, like all this elaborate backstory, and then they're like, and it is absolutely unfounded, not true.
Enough to not do that out of muscle memory. Like, oh, I remember when I wore that girl's face. So to play devil's advocate.
No, dude, that's exactly what happened. Look, yeah. She's like, look at her face, bro. She looks like she's wearing a child's face right now.
A folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzle.
The chairman's ruling. Is this within the scope? Is this within the scope, Mr. Chairman?
The chairman rules that it's not within the scope.
Mr. Chairman, based on what you said in the public hearing, is this within the scope?
Some people are saying that she grabbed her face out of panic. Others are even saying that it was out of muscle memory, and I think the latter is a little bit of a ridiculous insinuation. Like, I think she can control herself enough to not do that out of muscle memory. Like, oh, I remember when I wore that.
Bill can't control himself, bro.
Face. So, to play devil's advocate, quite literally, I don't think from Hillary's perspective that her reaction was very...
Brother, the devil needs far fewer advocates in this day and age.
Reasonable at all. I can definitely see why people are interpreting it as...
Is it fewer or less? I forget when you use which one.
Guilt. But at the same time, if this is all just a conspiracy that's been circulating for the better part of a decade, I bet you she is pretty tired of hearing about it. But what particularly struck me, and I think many others as odd, is her lawyers' reactions, because they absolutely went ballistic when they heard this question. They lost their minds and just started screaming. And it's not like they even denied it either. They didn't say this is nonsense or it's not true. They didn't object to it. They just start yelling about, is this within the scope? Is this within the scope of questioning? Do we have to answer? And then they went off record to discuss that, which I think is completely ridiculous, and I think most people would agree that should not be allowed. It doesn't really matter though. It doesn't change anything because she was obviously going to deny it the same way that she denied Pizzagate and any connections with Epstein during the same deposition when she was asked about that. And of course the Clintons are extremely trustworthy people, so I completely just take her word for it. Now at this point in the video, I was going to talk about the theory that this was a possible psyop in order to make Pizzagate and other future conspiracy theories
Travis, where did you see it?
Dismissible, because it really is.
Did you see Frazzle Drip just on the internet somewhere?
It's just all word of mouth, where in comparison Pizzagate is a much deeper, more fleshed out rabbit hole to go down. But I want to skip that now because while researching, I found new connections and information that I have not seen anyone talk about yet. This is Dr. Michael McCoby, an American anthropologist and psychoanalyst globally recognized as an expert on leadership for his research in improving organizations and the nature of work. In a DC neighborhood meeting that was held in 2016 regarding Comet Ping Pong operating past midnight, advisory...
Oh yeah, Ellen's fucking Frazzle Drip sweatshirt. Like, dude, that is the worst drawing ever. Why would you ever put that on merch unless you're literally a child eater?
Neighborhood commissioner.
Yeah, Jay-Z wears that weird logo. Wilson.
Frank Winstead accused the owner of the establishment, James Alefantis, of seeking to turn this quiet stretch of Connecticut Avenue in Forest Hills into a haven for essays and murder. Michael McCoby reportedly stood up to this DC official by saying that he will seek to remove anyone who opposes Comet Ping Pong. This is Michael McCoby with his son Max and his daughter Izette McCoby Folger. Izette Folger has also been pictured with James Alefantis, the owner of Comet Ping Pong. So Alefantis, who was at the center of the entire Pizzagate conspiracy theory, is obviously very close with this family. You might remember from the Pizzagate video that James Alefantis was in a relationship with David Brock, the man who in 2016 founded the super PAC Correct the Record in order to support Hillary Clinton's campaign for president and defend her from online rumors. Well, in 2011, Brock was involved in a civil lawsuit with his former partner of over 10 years, William Gray. Gray accused Brock and his new partner, James Alefantis, of the wrongful retention of over $250,000 worth of his personal property. Brock countersued Gray for blackmail, alleging that Gray threatened to expose embarrassing information about Brock's personal life, donors, and organizations unless paid $850,000. Brock demanded the money's return plus $3 million in punitive damages. The case would be settled confidentially later that year without any public admissions of wrongdoing, but that's kind of beside the point. The lawyer who represented Brock and Alefantis in this case was Max McCoby. We'll come back to Max in a second, but his father Michael is credited on the McCoby Group's website as being a coach to leaders of Nuestros Pequeños Hermanos, or NPH. The NPH is a prominent international charitable organization dedicated to transforming the lives of vulnerable children in Latin America and the Caribbean, including
jail. Immediate jail. Put these people in jail. Nope. Absolutely not. It's an orphanage? No.
Places like Mexico, Honduras, Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, Bolivia, Peru.
Well, people have joked / noticed that Wilson looks a lot like the Ellen DeGeneres Frazzle Drip ripped off face logo that she loves so much.
The Dominican Republic, and Haiti. The Clinton Foundation and its affiliates have historically supported and worked with the MPH on high initiative projects, like the 2010 Haiti earthquake, where Bill Clinton, in his role as UN Special Envoy, facilitated resources that benefited MPH operations on the ground. This is Laura Silsby, another person that you might be familiar with. She worked for New Life Children's Refuge and was tried on child trafficking charges after she was arrested in Haiti while attempting to smuggle 33 non-orphaned kids across the Haitian border into the Dominican Republic without documentation after the 2010 earthquake. In a transcribed interview between a Fox News host and Jorge Puello, who was the lawyer for Laura Silsby and the other Americans detained in Haiti on these charges, when asked how they got these children, Puello is quoted as saying, "There was an orphanage that collapsed in Haiti. It was called Friends of the Orphans of Haiti. and there was somebody over there that told them that the orphans had no place, no room to place them. Friends of the Orphans is an orphanage branch of the MPH. I'm about to butcher this pronunciation, so bear with me, but in Haiti, this branch is referred to as Nos Petites Frères et Sœurs. That was absolutely horrible, but I'm not doing another take. It translates to our little brothers and sisters. Now, it's very odd that this lawyer knew the orphanage by its English variant name, because it's not like he's just saying it in English. The names are completely different. They don't translate to each other. So it demonstrates foreknowledge of this orphanage by someone involved in this scandal. Probably Silsby herself, or the lawyer, but we'll come back to him in a second. Well, on Max McCoby's law firm profile, the same guy that represented Alefantis and Brock, he's listed as being on the board of directors of Friends of the Orphans. He is on the board of directors for the nonprofit charity Friends of the Orphans and is an advocate for their cause. According to the Irish Times, Gina Heretti is the director of the St. Helene Orphanage, which is ran by NPH. Gina Heretti would also become the first recipient of the William Jefferson Clinton Goodwill for Haiti Award, or the WJC Award, 2 years later in 2012, when she was presented it by Bill Clinton himself. One article writes, Haiti Week culminated with the Haiti Ball in the Four Seasons Hotel on January 27, 2012, where the recipient of the inaugural William Jefferson Clinton Goodwill for Haiti Award was Gina Heretti. Congratulations, Gina, on your 18 years of service with the NPFS Haiti and to all the lives you have touched throughout your years. The NPFS is technically a different organization from the NPH, but they're tied at the hip. The entire reason the NPFS exists is to raise funds for the NPH. Well, as we know, Bill Clinton would be the one to later intervene in Laura Silsby's case when she was facing the charges of conspiracy and child abduction in Haiti. He got the charge dropped down to arranging irregular travel, which allowed her to return to the United States after serving a 6-month sentence in Haiti, and later change her name to Laura Gaylor and gain an executive role at AlertSense, the mass notification company that provides the software for Amber Alert. Well, get this. On January 18th, 2010, only 6 days after the earthquake, Friends of the Orphans, or the St. Helene Orphanage, reported that all 350 children being housed in the orphanage are safe and sustained no injuries. Well, that's great, right? Well, only a month prior, in December of 2010, the official mph.org website, which, to remind you, owns this orphanage that Heretti was running and that Silsby tried to traffic children from, claims that the St. Helene Orphanage was home to 450 orphans. So this orphanage that was at the center of this scandal underreported the number of children that were there after the earthquake by 100. And it gets even weirder when you learn that one of New Life Children's Refuge's missions was to gather specifically 100 orphans from the streets and collapsed orphanages of Haiti and then take them to the Dominican Republic. Of course, this was said to be done with the intent of rescuing them by illegally taking them away from their families across the border. Because that's another strange twist to all this. All 33 children that Laura Silsby was caught with were not even orphans. They had parents in the country. But Silsby said that she got these orphans from that orphanage that underreported how many orphans were staying there. So either Silsby's lying about where she got these children from, or that orphanage was holding these children that were not orphaned for God knows what reason. Now we're left with the obvious question of why. Why would they be taking these Haitian children across the border into the Dominican Republic? Well, Haiti and the Dominican Republic exist on a major Caribbean island called Hispaniola. Haiti occupies the west side of the island, and the Dominican Republic occupies the east. And just off the east coast of Haiti is a smaller Caribbean island that is known as Little St. James, that was owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And according to a Fox News article written in 2016, Jeffrey Epstein once claimed in a letter he wrote in 2007 that he helped co-found the Clinton Foundation. What a coincidence. What a crazy coincidence that is. That's really strange. Epstein claimed that he co-founded the Clinton Foundation, and then the Clinton Foundation is taking them across an island towards another smaller island owned by Jeffrey Epstein. Weird. On Hillary Clinton's private email server that she was illegally using to send classified information on while serving as the U.S. Secretary of State, Huma Abedin, who was Anthony Weiner's wife, was sending her consistent updates on Laura Silsby and the other U.S. missionaries' kidnapping charges that they were facing while in Haiti. Now, I think that's enough said. But if it's not, well, remember Jorge Puello, the lawyer who represented Laura Silsby and the other U.S. missionaries that were detained? Well, guess what? Jorge Puello wasn't even a lawyer at all. Jorge Torres Puello was arrested in Haiti in March of 2010, less than a month after he became involved in Silsby's case. And it was found out that he was a fugitive wanted in 4 countries posing as a lawyer. At the time of his arrest, he was wanted in the United States, Canada, El Salvador, and the Dominican Republic for charges like human trafficking, exploitation of minors, and involvement in organized crime. Does this mean that the rumored video on Weiner's laptop that was being spread across the dark web is real? Of course not. At the end of the day, it is just a conspiracy theory with no solid proof really behind it. But what there is far too many coincidences and connections between all of these conspiracy theories. And
the Podesta vid is, well, it's more like an audio, but it's Podesta screaming at a little girl, "What's my name?" And she's like, "John." And he goes, "No, my other name. What do you call me?" And then he wants her to start screaming dad at him. Well, it sounds like he's tormenting her. It's on YouTube. You can search it. Type Podesta screaming at child video. You'll find it.
The people involved in them just pretend.
And it's like 1,000,000% his voice. He has such a distinct voice, just like Paul. His is even more distinct, though.
And like all of this is normal and nothing sketchy is going on. I think that what is here is more than enough for any reasonable person to look at and say, there's definitely some shady stuff going on here behind the scenes and we're not getting the full story. And if these are the types of connections that you can piece together through publicly available information, can you imagine all of the unconfirmed or buried things that we will just never hear about? Conspiracy theories like this have been around forever, but only very recently has the public actually gotten legitimate confirmation that elitist rings like this actually exist. And so far, conspiracy theorists are batting 1,000, except for like Flat Earth. That's like the only one that's not real. Really bad time to be a flat earther. Can you imagine every other conspiracy theory is getting its flowers, and then you're the only one that everyone still thinks is crazy? The allegations that conspiracy theorists have been making for decades against these elites and politicians.
Yeah, dude, he's Chester Bennington's dad for sure.
Really do exist. It's real. And looking back on things like this with that hindsight, it all does seem much less unbelievable. But remember that no matter how paranoid or conspiracy-minded you are, what the government is actually doing is way worse than you could ever possibly imagine. That's a quote I heard once online, and it really did stick with me. It seems like it grows increasingly truer by the day now. Anyways, that's all I have for you today, but let me know what you think about all this and what your takeaway is from it. Again, thank you so much for watching, and if you made it all the way until the end, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help me out a lot and lets me keep making videos like this. Thanks again for watching. My name is Chase, and I'll see you again in the next video. Peace.
Hell yeah, bro. Nice vid. The Children and the CIA.
Segment 3 this evening is titled The Children and the CIA. We've learned a lot of unknown activities of the CIA in years past, some of them disturbing to say the least. Tonight we'll learn of the agency's interest in children. Paul Altmaier of our investigative unit has assembled these facts.
These are home movies taken in the 1950s at a European camp of the Children's International Summer Village, a program designed to bring together children from around the world for a better understanding of one another. NBC News has learned that the CIA was studying these youngsters, some as young as 11, as possible future recruits. The studies took place at summer camps in Hennefest, Norway, and Vienna, Austria in 1959 and 1960. According to CIA documents we have examined, this was Sub-Project 103 of the agency's top-secret MK Ultra program. One CIA document describes the youngsters as a unique collection of young people. Another says that a study of the children, quote, will assist in the identification of promising young foreign nationals or U.S. nationals who may at any time be of direct interest to the company. In other words, possible recruits for the CIA. Another document says, no cleared or witting persons are concerned with the conduct of this project. Put simply, this means that the people running the summer camps had no idea what the CIA was up to. Dr. Doris Twitchell Allen was the American director of the camps. We spoke with her at her home in Trenton, Maine.
But I'm stunned by it, stunned and saddened, and I don't like covertness. So I was very stunned to have been allied with any such program. I just think to be a covert is dastardly.
You weren't allied, though. You were being used, weren't you?
Yes, I was being used, yes.
San Antonio, Texas. NBC News has also learned that the CIA paid for a study of adolescents here and in two other Texas cities, Austin and El Paso, in 1958 and 1959. It was a study of how youngsters behave without adult supervision. This study, MK Ultra Sub-Project 102, refers to data being collected on 462 subjects in 7 secondary schools. No child is identified by name. Again, another CIA memo says no cleared or witting persons are concerned with the conduct of this project. Professor Carolyn Sheriff was one of the authors of the study. She did not know that her research had...
I don't have any plans for episode 420 other than we're just going to blaze up the whole time. But we could probably... Is Cheech and Chong in the public domain yet?
been paid for by the CIA. We informed her of what we had found.
I just feel like we've been duped, lied to, by one's own government. I have been an academic all of my adult life and a researcher, and I feel like I've really been duped and taken, misled in a totally unwarranted way for no reason that I can see. Our research couldn't possibly be of any value to the CIA, never could have. And if they wanted to read about it, it's all been published. You can get it at the library, all right? As a taxpayer, it disturbs me enormously. What on earth were they doing, going around using taxpayers' money to support this research under some kind of a cover? It's ridiculous, and it's horrifying and scary to me.
Our own examination of the CIA documents gave no indication of the agency's ultimate objectives. Both of the studies of children were financed through the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, a research front for the CIA until the mid-
Bro, tell me this shit isn't exactly the Lebensborn.
60s. The executive director of the society, James Monroe, told us that the intelligence value of these activities was simply, quote, to gather fundamental knowledge of human beings. Paul Altmaier, NBC News.
Damn, bro. That shit crazy. Okay, I think that's probably where we'll wrap up. Oh, save Clav.
I just wanna be yours.
Love you, looks magazine.
God damn, Vicky. I wish I met you 5 years ago.
If you love me hardcore, then walk away. It's okay.
All right. Squeaks, what are you doing? These dang freaking cats. Alrighty, boys. We gotta go to bed sometime. Frick, guys, what am I gonna have for frickin' dinner? Might have to make a late night ride to the grocery store. Gosh dang it. Alright, boys. We back again on Wednesday. Yeah, peace, love, and fuck the YouTube censor cucks. We are being deceived. True. Alright, boys, ready? Breathe in now. Excuse me, sorry. Did you hear that? My bad. Not really. It's the booch. Exhale. Breathe in. Oh yeah, we'll hit the smoke schedule on every 11 for 420 for sure. We'll start with a 6-11, 7-11, 8-11, 9-11, 10-11. We'll hit the 30s too. Where's Squeaks? All right, before we go, take a slow breath in and just arrive here. Not in the past, not in the noise of everything we talked about, just here.
Let your shoulders drop a little. Let your jaw unclench.
Eek.
And let your body remember it's okay to rest. Give me that root.
You don't have to figure everything out tonight. All the questions, all the theories, all the what's really going on. They can wait. Because underneath all of that, there's something simple. Your breath. your awareness, this moment. Heck yeah, boys. Inhale slowly. And exhale even slower. Feel yourself settling, like the surface of water going still. Nothing to prove, nothing to chase. Just being here. Aware, alive. Mushroom emoji. Take one more deep breath in. And let it all go. You made it through another day. Congrats. Another strange, beautiful chapter. Rest now. And good night, traveler. We'll see ya Wednesday. Bazongos. We love you, Nancy. Free Nance.
Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie.
Please.
Because Grandma, it's about to get ugly.
Wait, I'm gonna type Nancy Guthrie fan edit. Hurrying up, gang signs. Where's she at? Give back, Savannah. Give her back, Savannah.
Hey, Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mom,
we got color on this one.
Somebody on some here comes Johnny. Never wake up from the coma. That's how they deal with the commies. Like casinos, stealing cards, stealing hearts from zombies. Money isn't real. There was no stopping anarchy.
It fake.
An arm and a leg. It'll only cost you an army. Storm chasers don't watch for warning. We follow the storm like everything's normal. Top of the morning, never fought in a war, but fought for control of every
Savannah
thought that's forming an unstoppable force.
Savannah, wait.
Used to this immovable object. Shoot for the stars. They get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts blindly robbing us. Ted Turner off to live. Rupert Murdoch got us tuned into the apocalypse. How fair of them. Dog figure skating during some pond hockey as it's wearing thin. Preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft when she lost her
Preposterous rhinoceros.
anything to get Nancy to care again.
Break your knees. $22. Ooh, we're mog maxing on his fit.
Come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie.
Now we're bragging about a 9 milli. Yo, this is Savannah. Gang sign, west side.
Just get back, Nancy. Come on, do the right thing.
Please, Nance.
She ran out of space time. I saw the blood drop. She went out, throwing up.
Yo, hey, Savannah Guthrie.
Where's your wholesome mommy go?
I don't know.
You know we know. This whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. Ooh. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living off
we be kissing.
Stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Y Sopel
to hang out with Tyler Hansen.
Start calling me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best
Blicky
friend
alert.
Charlie.
Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Good night, dudes.
We coming. Metaphor
We'll
counting
see
or
y'all.
not counting gang violence.
Bang. All right, dudes. Have a good night. We'll see you Wednesday. Adios. Thanks for hanging. What the fuck am I gonna make tonight? All right. I'll figure it out. Adios. Bye.